I feel like your grandmother had quite a sense of humor. So
Yes.
these made me prank like, you know, little pranks that she's going to play. But, hon, she's there. Talk to her. And you watch, you'll feel so close that I believe you'll start having dreams at night that enable the two of you to really communicate. So I'm so glad you
Cool,
called.
cool.
And
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys touched in on that. Yeah, I know she's there, but sometimes I feel like she like lets up or whatever, you know. And really, like you said, I think that's me, you know.
well, open yourself to it. The more that you
Okay.
can be accepting, the more that, her sense of being, her actual essence is right there with you in spirit form.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Okay.
and grandma loves you so much. Jim's got something
I
for
do.
you.
I have a angel number for you. Now, this is a 4-digit number. It's 0550, and it means the eye candy. And here's your write up because that sounds odd. And the write up is get some fresh air or call some of your pals over. Take a look around you. There is so much natural beauty waiting to be discovered. Either you will soon become involved in an exciting new project or you will go out on a date. Put your charisma,
Ooh.
spread your charm around.
Like that.
Indeed.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. 0550, you said? That's awesome. I like that one. Thank you
Yes,
guys
it is
so much for your
0550.
time.
Yep, that is your angel number.
So good.
Perfect.
Yeah, good luck, but I don't think you need it. I think you've got all the
Okay.
right tools for this future that you are stepping into.
Yes, and thank you so very much for joining us and calling.
Yes, our best to you.
Yes, you guys have a great, yes, you as well. Love and light. Thank you again.
Sure, maybe we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the other side of the world. And we've been there before, but this is the first time on this show. We're going to go to Lindy in the Gold Coast,
Hello.
Queensland, Australia. Welcome.
Wow.
Yeah.
International shout out to Lindy.
Hello. Hello.
Well, very happy
My
to have
call.
you. Yes. Can you hear us?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can hear
Yes.
you. Yeah.
We're happy to have you with us. And I know for
Oh,
you,
thank you.
you're in using daytime.
It's morning, right?
Yeah. Isn't this your morning?
Yeah, it's about, it's 11:45, nearly midday. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's right. It is not so early. We got you.
So tell us, because I feel like you've got great energy as we're making your acquaintance here. I would love to know what
thank
brings you to the show. What would you know?
Oh, I think whatever you can offer me, I'm really interested in this sort of thing. And also, I feel like perhaps you might have some guidance for me in the next 6 months or I think I'm like
All right.
a little bit worried about both of my daughters at the moment.
Both of our
You're
daughters.
worried. Are they grown?
Coming of age or
Are
anything
they
like that?
adults?
Oh, they're adults.
What
yeah,
age are they?
One's 35 and she's got 2 children. She's doing it a bit tough because she's by herself. And I'm just wondering if she's going to go back to her partner who's overseas. And the other one's just, I think she's suffering from some trauma.
Trauma.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, quite honestly, you don't sound old enough to have children.
Yeah, that's why I assumed that they were like teenagers because of age.
And there
no,
I was thinking
no.
25.
Well, I figured she was a little bit
No,
older,
they're
maybe. I
adults,
figured,
but,
well, she might
You know,
be olds.
they're adults. The other one's 29, but it's just, they're always your babies, you know.
Yes, they
Yeah.
are, but you have grandchildren.
Oh, yes. Those
I
are
do.
the.
I have two gorgeous grandchildren. I do.
Stop.
They're at my place right now. I've just walked around the corner for some privacy. Yeah.
Oh, right around the corner. That's good.
Well, I want you to know that you are going to find your daughters a real reflection of the way that you raised them. Now, of course, they may be going through some challenging times right now, but you did give them excellent upraising. You know, the stuff that kids need to be able to go out into the world, be adults, make good decisions, and sometimes the only way we can learn what a good decision is by making a bad one. So
Yeah, been there, done that. Yeah.
Yeah, we are humans. We all make bad decisions.
yes, and as far as the one who has
Yeah.
trauma that she's coping with, is
Yeah.
she getting any help for herself through counseling, therapy? Okay,
She-
that's
That's wise.
Yes,
Very
she-
wise. A lot of people don't do that, so that's
nobody
wise.
does with it.
Yeah.
And I really
Yeah.
think it's going to be a very positive healing experience for her. Now, it could take her
Yeah, I
time,
feel
yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it might
Yeah.
take some time for her to reach that absolute, but she will. She will. And I think
Yeah.
she's speaking to someone who is excellent at helping her.
Oh, for her therapy, counseling, or
Yes.
whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Now, how about you there,
right.
Mom, grandmother?
Now, what do you see in the
Yeah,
cards?
how about me? I don't know. What do you see for me? I'm open to it.
Now, do you have a special someone in your life?
No, I'm widowed.
Like, you will.
Uh-oh.
A while ago, yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm open to it, but
And that's awesome.
finally.
And you know, it takes time.
Sure.
It does.
Nothing's ready till it's
Yeah.
ready.
And I became a widow
Yeah.
7 years ago, and I'm still not really ready to venture into that arena of dating. But
Yeah.
I want you to
Yeah.
know that I see you celebrating the new year with somebody very special. And I
Oh
feel,
wow, that's not long.
no,
It is not that long. Yes, we're halfway through the year.
no, and the thing is, once you
Yeah,
become
that's
ready,
right. Yeah.
then you can receive. And this is going to be quite a blessing for you, your daughters, your grandchildren. I mean, this is almost like you put an order into Amazon and you specified how
Yeah, it's
I
like
want
no
each
balls.
personality. Yeah. But you're going to get it,
Yeah.
and you don't have a Prime account. So
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds
it's
good.
lovely. Start to anticipate. You know, like like when you were pregnant, you were expecting. Well, imagine yourself right now, like in a pregnant moment with expectation for the future. So you
Oh,
will.
okay.
You're not going,
That's a good way of looking at it. Hmm.
you
Good
don't have to.
analogy, yeah.
But I really think you're going to know. You're going to know that you know that you
Yeah.
know as soon as you turn around, and it'll
Oh,
be
I
like,
think I will because I
yes.
think I'll know if I do because I'm not like I'm not a dater, if that makes sense. I'm not like
Yes.
I don't know how to explain it, but do you know what I mean? Yeah. It has to be
I
like
think-
the right sort of fit.
Yes.
Mm.
And you're going to feel in that moment like such a flash of intuitive perception that it's almost like you would say, I'm going to make a commitment of marriage, even though I hear marriage is becoming obsolete from the young folk, they tell me, but
Yeah.
I think when it's
Yeah.
truly right, yeah. So you
Oh,
are.
and do you know how I'm going to meet him? Because it's like
I actually do. I believe
Really?
he's
Oh.
going to be a leader to your
Wow.
country, possibly on business. And I'm going to tell you, he's characterized as the King of Hearts. There isn't a better suit in the deck to characterize
he's
a coming future partner or mate. They are all hearts.
so he's not from Australia.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so do you mean he doesn't live here in Australia?
He's going to be there. I think it's on business. And you're going to meet and
Oh,
leaving you behind is going to be so hard. He's going to leave his heart behind. And I have no doubt the cards are absolutely correct because these cards love matters of the heart. They really do. So I can't wait until you call us and say, guess what?
oh,
Yeah, you're
wow.
terrific. Great cards. Your daughters
But
are going.
we'll,
Go ahead. Hello. Did we lose her?
hello? No,
Yes.
I forgot you. Yeah. So he's going to live in another country and I'm going to live in another country. Oh,
No, he's going to eventually. He's in another country, but he's going to eventually find his way to
you.
you. You don't. Yeah.
And if it's your heart's desire to
Oh.
have him become an
And you-
Aussie right along with you, I believe he would do that. I believe he would.
Oh, wow.
Man, he's
That's
a
like
man.
that's like a love story.
He's a man from abroad looking for a broad. All right. Actually, hey,
Oh,
before we wrap it up, I'm going to give you a card. It's an angel number card, and I will give you your angel number and talk about it. Your angel number is 1331, and it stands for good fortune. And your write up, it says, have
I
faith,
like the sound of that.
faith in your skills and your talents, as they are a tool that can provide you with a bright future. A piece of good advice,
Ooh.
a moment of enlightenment, or a comforting message is on its way. Everything will work out in your favor.
Wow.
1331, and it represents
that's-
good.
fortune.
Oh, thank you for that. That was very positive, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Indeed.
And that is the beauty of personal prophecy.
Okay.
Truth.
Yes.
If it happens,
Thank you.
I will definitely let you know. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
I love
Yes.
Bye-bye.
We love I love our folks on the other side of the world.
Now, folks, our time is running short. I just want to remind you, you can find me at psychiclovedoctor.com. You'll notice I don't charge an arm and a leg for a reading. I feel that just because so many out there can, doesn't mean it's right. And besides, I want you to get enough readings so that you will see the continuation of clarity, the thread of your light as it blossoms, and it will. So, Jim, you've got any last words?
Well, we got a little bit of time. All I know is you can join us the same time every week, and it's easy to find. I've done Google search. If I don't know the web, I just do A1R Psychic Radio. Bam.
Found it.
If you don't do that just right, you may not find what you like. So
I would like to leave you with the words of my maternal grandmother who did teach this to me. She said, to dream is to believe. And once you believe, all things are possible. So I'm also the author of the book, The Message, Your Secrets in the Cards. It was published by Old Books in London, England. And I have included some lessons in there if you're interested in playing around with it a little
we
bit.
need to keep one of those books handy. They're all the way over across the studio. And same with the deck of your personalized cards that are good for teaching for those.
Yes, I have a deck of oracle cards that Jim and I created
Also
together.
across the room where
Yes.
I cannot reach.
We'll be better prepared and organized next week.
At least that's our plan.
Yes.
But plans don't always go the way they're supposed to go.
And with all that's happening in the world, real quick, let's all be light workers and bring that light and uplifting to all the turmoil, the trouble, the senseless killings. And, we rather than dwell on the challenges and the conflicts, let's think about peace and love and hope and healing.
Yes, and you can learn more if you go to psychiclovedoctor.com. Lots of things are there, links, email links.
Yeah.
If you need to email, get some info, learn about, she does personal readings. All right. Different stuff there. So, and there is a contact button on there. Is there not?
Yes, there is.
There is indeed. So you can contact her and send her email. Isn't that
Blessings
nice?
to all of you, and we'll see you next week.
That is the new way that we talk nowadays, is email.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome wherever you are watching around the world, live and on catch up on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm back in Monk Towers, as you can see. I've had the decorators in, and tonight I want to talk about prayer and the way the mind works and the connection between prayer and thought. Many of us, especially myself growing up, we would hear sayings like, seek and ye shall find, ask and you shall be given, knock and the door will open to you, especially if you grew up in a Bible or religious kind of family. Also, we used to say at school, I'll believe it when I see it. But throughout life and the way things have panned out for myself, I learned quite a while ago that the saying should actually be, I'll see it when I believe it. Didn't quite get that until I had my road trip, I had my epiphany, and began learning to live in the present and in the moment. So what does that mean? I'll see it when I believe it. Well, as you know, I talk quite a lot about the law of attraction and silence and presence and vibration of the human body, the human being, if you like, the way the brain vibrates, trying to connect back with consciousness and the universal energy, the universal vibration. So while we're still or present or silent, we are sending those thoughts out into the universe. If those thoughts are of a positive nature, as I've mentioned many times, we will vibrate at a positive level. So seeing and believing. When I believe something, I focus on that thing. I believe it. I believe it to be true. And it then transpires through the law of attraction that those things actually do come to pass. Seek and you shall find. We have to look for things. We have to look for something, for some kind of meaning for who we are, what we're doing, why our thoughts have brought us to the point that we're at. Why do millionaires, successful people make money, lose money, then go on to make it again? Because of the way they think, the way the mind works, the way the vibrational energy works to attract that financial success or that emotional success. You know, you meet somebody, you get on, you gel at the beginning, and that can either go into a long-term relationship depending on how one treats one another, or it can fade and die. It's part of life, almost like death, you know, the death of a relationship. We're all here. We're all here to raise levels of consciousness, and then the physical body, the three-dimensional bag of meat and bones, it dies, and the energy then moves on. So in terms of prayer, it's no different to the way we think about everyday life. We get into a situation, a dire situation, let's say, and we want help. We ask for help. We go to church maybe, or we pray in our own way. But if praying is asking for help, who or what are we actually asking? Some would say God, different religions would say different things, but it's all consciousness. God is consciousness. The whole of the universe is consciousness. It vibrates at that consciousness, God, creation level. The mind is a creative tool. So the link between man and spirit is the mind, not the physical body, but the mind. What we think, how we think it, and the essence behind what we try to do. And I've mentioned on several other shows, in everyday life, it's not the problem that we have that is the issue. It's how we deal with it. It's how we are able to deal with that issue at hand. Be it a good one or a bad one. It matters not. It's the thought behind our intention. The motor car. I'm not going to teach anybody about history, but the motor car was invented before we had gas stations, or petrol stations as they're known over here. So who came up with some wacky kind of idea to create the horseless carriage when there was no means or method to actually fuel that invention? Well, it started as an idea. The motor vehicle started as an idea, and it was pursued and progressed until it came to fruition. Everything we can think about, and some of the things that we haven't yet to think about, started as a thought. Somebody somewhere had that initial thought and took it and ran with it. So it makes sense that for us to be harmonious and in link with the universe, it's about the way we think and what we think. Not the problem, that's not the issue. The problem is how we deal with it, what we think about, what it is that we stress about or relax about. You know, I've said before again, it's not necessarily a negative thought is a bad thing. It's the identification with that negative thought. I've got a problem. I'm going to think about it. Can I do anything about it? Right now, right here, in the present, in the moment, can I affect what it is that I'm worrying about? Normally, in fact, all the time, we worry about a future event. The past has gone, so we'll dwell on it, and we might be upset or plan the future based on that experience from the past. But it's the future that we worry about the most. So if we can't affect that outcome right now, what's the point in worrying about it? We can deal with what we can deal with right now, asking ourselves, what's the worst that can happen? If we're quite happy to accept and go along with the worst, then right now we can set things in motion, taking action now, not tomorrow, but now, to prevent that worrying event from actually taking place. So it's really no different to prayer. You know, if I've got an issue, I can pray to God, or I can pray to the universe, or I can call it what you want. It's me just put it in simple terms that praying is one word for thinking and sending out the right message or the right request or the right vibrational energy to the universe. What we fail to grasp, and this will be the subject of a future show, is there are principles in this world that are infallible and they can't be challenged. The only principle with the human body is the mind, but let's take that to an external level to prove the point. Electricity. We can't see it, but we know it exists. It's the principle that can't be argued with. Now, we're coming from work and the light doesn't work. The bulb's gone. Has the electricity failed? It's not the electricity or the principle or the law of electricity that's failed. It's the light bulb. So that principle of electricity, that law of electricity, can't be argued with. Good. Let's look at the word good and bad. They are simply words given by humans to explain an emotion or a feeling. But the principle of good exists, but the principle of bad doesn't. Because evil or badness is simply a lack of good, or the fact that good at that time doesn't happen, doesn't exist. It's the absence of good that creates evil or that is bad. Evil or badness can be cured and defeated by goodness, but it can't be the other way around, because goodness still exists. The absence of goodness doesn't prevent the principle or the law of electricity, the law of goodness or the principle of goodness, doesn't stop it from existing. It's just at that point our thoughts are of absence of goodness. That gives us evil. So in what I'm trying to say is, in our thoughts, we can have doubts, we can have negativity, we can have anxiety, but we don't dwell on it. We treat it as a visitor, we acknowledge that it's there, and we let it go. We then go back to silence, we then go back to living in the present, we go back to being in the now, and send those curing, healing, loving thoughts, gratitude, abundance. You know, if we live a life of abundance with abundant thoughts, by virtue of the vibrational energy of the universe, the law of attraction will bring to us abundance. So it's not just about anxiety or depression or fear. Those are all the things that kill the human spirit, but that's because we choose to have those thoughts. So it's about prayer and thinking, with the two things combined together. And I want to talk about that in terms of spirituality. We are trying to be spiritual. We're trying to raise consciousness. We're trying to lift the consciousness of the universe to help the planet, to help the earth, if you like. The only way we can do that is by being present and forgetting about tomorrow and forgetting about yesterday, and focus purely and simply today, right now. That's all we can really do. Focus on the thoughts that we have, what we're looking for, what we're hoping to achieve, and those vibrational thoughts will manifest. The manifestation of thought, it's like prayer, the manifestation of prayer. We say prayer, we ask for help, we ask for salvation, we ask for health and healing for friends and family that may well be ill. We're sending out vibrational thoughts. It's simply religion, God, consciousness, spirit. They're just words given by men, by humans, to be able to explain and get other people to understand what it is that we're trying to say. So it's been great talking to you. Apologies for the sound. I've had to buy a new laptop after the renovators have been into Monk Towers, and I look forward to speaking to you all again next week. And if you need to, drop me an email at urbanmonk.uk@gmail.com, or hit me up on Long Road to Richmond on Facebook. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Take care. Good night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Gypsy Heart with Jen Cairo. Live from JenniferCairo.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Gypsy Heart on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening here in New Jersey in the United States. So we are just coming off of this strawberry moon, and I don't know if you guys are feeling it, but the energy with this one is magnetic. It's electrifying, I guess I want to say. It's just, I was in quite a slump coming into this full moon, and I felt that this is really bringing me kind of like new ideas and new visions. I feel like I've been writing lists all day of things that I want to try to accomplish. And this moon, I looked it up. I'm not really the astrology person, but this moon is bringing a time of reflection and appreciation of your past achievements, which I don't think we do enough of, giving ourselves credit of everything that we've accomplished in our lives. And it's about embracing new beginnings, which I think has something to do with why I had all these lists, just ideas and things coming to me today. and yesterday, as a matter of fact, and it encourages us to seek adventure. So I kind of tie that to, you know, nurturing our inner child and, you know, seeking truth and expanding our horizons. And, you know, we always seem to be afraid to try something new. But I think, you know, this energy encourages us to kind of step out of the box and do that. So as we go forward in the second half of June already, I can't believe that. I feel like we should let go of those things, those ties, those belief systems that hold us back, and allow ourselves to move forward into our best and highest self and set our sights on our soul purpose. I think, you know, this has really given me kind of a eye-opening experience here as I, you know, reflect back on things that, you ever feel like you're walking through a funk or a sludge, and, you know, a lot of times that's our own energy. You know, that's things that we need to cut cords with. And once we do that, you know, we kind of free ourselves to move forward. And sometimes we don't even know what it is that's holding us back. Sometimes when we really go inward, we realize that it's something that we didn't even think was bothering us anymore. But that's, you know, a lot of times these full moons kind of bring that to the surface, you know, that energy. It kind of forced healing, I like to say, and it brings us to a place of discovering parts of ourselves that we didn't know were there, through you know, learning and discovery. So that's what I wanted to share. That was the discovery that I made, and I really pay attention to the moon cycles, not only because I charge my crystals and I make moon water and all that other kind of stuff, but, you know, I try to notice the energy that they bring into the room for me. And I really try to set intentions and, you know, work on my manifestation lists. And I try to kind of bring forth a purposeful period of growth and expanding during those times. So if you haven't done that, I encourage you to do so, because you really can notice a difference with the different moons and, you know, the energy that they bring. So that's my little information that I wanted to bring to you this week, because, you know, as I learn new things, which I'm always learning, I like to share them. And that is something that I just was brought to my learning this week, and I wanted to share that with you. When I am ready, I am ready. So I have Shantae in Texas that we're going to pull some cards for. So Shantae, hello.
Hi,
How are you, dear?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm going to pull some tarot for you. Is there something specific that you wanted answers or guidance on?
Yes, of course, my love life, and as well as a situation that I'm kind of going through with my son.
Okay. Okay. As far as your love life goes, I feel like you're in a recovery period right now. Am I correct?
I'm currently with someone right now.
Okay, but I feel like there's still a recovery from a past relationship, if that makes sense. And I think there's,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. So what happens is sometimes that prevents us from being our most open to, you know, so I feel like this relationship right now, this 10 of Feathers card that I have for you, it's about transformation. So, and recovery. So I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the healing hasn't been done from the past relationship yet. You're still bringing part of that into this new relationship. And I think until you really let go, and I was just talking about this with this full moon energy of, you know, sometimes we almost expect in the new relationship what we experienced in the old. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I feel like you need to kind of free yourself from the hurt and the upset that was in this last relationship, because, you know, it's almost like we compare our new partner to our old partner. And that really doesn't set us up for a positive relationship. But you're also very intuitive here. So I feel like you already kind of know what you have to do, but sometimes we avoid that. We almost need other people to kind of encourage us in that direction. But
Right.
pull in all your resources, like trust yourself when it comes to this relationship. There's also, do you have questions on his feelings towards you?
Yes.
Okay, I feel like, he is being honest with you on how he feels. It's the way you're receiving it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had something with your son. Is he kind of not talking right now? There is a card here that kind of shows someone kind of going within. Is that your son?
Yes.
So do you feel like he's hiding something from you?
Yes, possibly.
Okay, is he a teenager?
Yes, he's 13.
Okay. I feel like with him, he just doesn't express his emotions. I feel like he has a lot of things going on. He's probably very empathic in a way. Like he doesn't know what to do with other people's emotions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So he might be short-tempered. He might be not telling you the truth at all times. But I feel like this is a
Yes.
period for him that he is going to grow out of. And I feel like you need to just, of course, stay on top of it. But also, it's like a period of self-discovery for him. So this is a very important time that he is really looking to you, even though you might not feel it, for guidance at this time. So you really need to be there, even though he isn't the talker from what the cards say. You need to kind of really make sure that you keep the lines of communication open for him, because he can kind of shell up, go in a shell. So keep those lines of communication open with him. And know
Okay.
that this emotion that he's going through is a period of time. It's not going to be, forever. But just make sure that you're keeping the communication open, the lines of communication. Like, don't show frustration towards him for this. But when it comes to your son too, I feel like he is easily swayed by peers. Would this make sense?
Yes.
So just make sure that, and that's normal. I mean, a lot of kids that age, that's a tough age, the early teens, they kind of try to follow into a group. I feel like he needs to kind of take charge of who he is and make his own path. So the more you encourage him and the more you keep the lines of communication open with him, the better it's going to be, even though it's going to be rocky at first because he's going to resist. Especially young men, they want to handle things themselves. But I feel like he's going to resist, but you just got to keep at it. And it's back to the relationship. I feel like it's you that have this fear of commitment. And I think that this is something that you've probably been imprinted with from your early, childhood, even going back to childhood. Like, did you have like a family that wasn't together?
Yes.
So this fear of commitment, I think, is coming from you from way back, and it's something that you need to heal from and let yourself free of, so that you can move forward into a relationship. It's almost like you're afraid to get that attached because you don't want to be hurt again. So,
Right.
but I think it doesn't help you that your partner isn't a talker either. Am I correct?
Right. Correct.
Right. So he's not,
Yes, ma'am.
Again, with him too, is just like you're doing with your son, keeping those lines of the communication open so that he knows exactly where you come from. And I don't know, it kind of shows that he doesn't understand the emotional aspect that you're coming from. It's almost like he has a wall up. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So and some people won't allow that. Is this kind of a new relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, he his energy is completely opposite of yours. Does that make sense? It's like
Yeah.
you're this emotional being and he's kind of like a wall. He doesn't show any emotion. And you kind of need that.
Right.
So this is a question that you're going to have to ask yourself. Is that something that you can break through by communicating, or is this, a pattern? Like, does he just always wall off with his partners? But, I think keeping the lines of communication open and seeing if he can allow you the space that you can share how you're feeling with him. Because if not, this is just going to be pent up in you. And it's like all you want, there's a couple cards here, all you want is to be able to trust someone. So obviously trust has been an issue for you in the past. So I feel like his heart is there, but he just doesn't know how to kind of break his own wall down, So again, that seems like a challenge, and it might be, but it's how bad do you want it? You have a lot of factors here. It's like you need to be healed from your past. You have a son that has been kind of shut down, and you have a partner that has a wall up. So again, start with yourself and make sure that you are nurturing yourself and respecting your own boundaries, and allowing yourself to let this energy in that you need. Does that make sense? I hope that helped.
Yes, ma'am.
So have enough confidence in yourself to have these conversations that you need to have. Does that make sense, Shantae?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I hope that helped, my dear. But
Thank
as
you
far
so
as your
much.
son goes, this is just a period of time. I think he's going to be fine. You just need to keep the lines of communication and remind yourself that this is a tough age in a tough world, and he will get through it.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV on this wonderful, crazy, chaotic, full strawberry moon. So I hope you guys are feeling all the amazing energy. Boy, I sure am. It's been a lot of interesting chaos. And as some of you know, on full moons, we have technology issues and things kind of going wonky, but more exciting. And what I love about this time of year is, or I say time of year, this time of the moon cycles, how's that? See, my brain's a little chaotic today, is the fact that the full moon brings in all the beautiful energy, and all of the signs come in even stronger. And the veil between us and the spirit world is it's even thinner. It's beautiful. So hopefully I can get myself grounded and focused, trying to get some technical things worked out, but I think so far so good. So we'll knock on wood, as I say. But I just have to say really quick out there to everybody, if you can please, gosh, if I don't get choked up, we had a very close family member that was in an awful ATV accident, and I wanted to send a shout out to all of those who have sent prayers and good love and light and healing energy. Cliff, we're sending you our love and our healing vibes and good energy. He was in a rollover in an ATV accident and has some pretty extensive stuff going on. So all of you amazing healers and energy workers and prayer warriors, if you will, send all that good love and light and energy to him, his wife, the family, because I'll tell you, it's scary. It's so scary, these kinds of things, so, and make sure you're wearing your helmets, people. Wear your dang helmets, right? Here's a public service announcement. Wear the dang helmet. So, but we're sending him all the good energy and healing vibes. So, but I wanted to do that first and foremost, and then some fun, exciting things. This coming Sunday is Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all of the fathers out there. Here I know in the US, and I'm not even sure elsewhere where they may celebrate Father's Day this Sunday, and also this Sunday is my 50th birthday. Oh my goodness. So my big 50 this Sunday. And I was born on Father's Day. I was my dad's only child, and he always would brag about my, being the best gift ever. So may my dad rest in peace. He passed away. It was actually, sorry, I'm getting teary-eyed, June 16th, so the day after my birthday, and that was in 2016. So 6/16 of 16, how crazy is that? But so lots of love out to those dads out there, whether they are here in the physical or in spirit, all the fathers out there that, portray or hold that role of a father figure. Much love and respect to all. Happy Father's Day to my husband, who is an amazing father to 3, stepdad to 2, but we don't look at it that way. And then, of course, dad to our 1. So, and happy Father's Day to Dave and all the others that are behind the scenes. And just, you're very appreciated. All you amazing dads and, grandfathers and uncles and all that good stuff. So, all right, my friends. Well, let's do what we're here for. How about we do some connections and some readings? So the number that I've been drawn to today, and I swear there's not a reason for this because my birthday's June 15th, but I literally have been seeing the number 15 everywhere today, and either it's been in like 555 or 10 and 5. It's been so interesting, and I thought, well, all right, maybe this is even, well, I don't even say maybe, this is a sign from my dad, but also there's got to be a connection somewhere where the 15 is connecting. So the number 15 will be like the 15th of the month, the age of 15, 2015, January 5th, 15 years ago. This is kind of how my visions come in, how the, spirit guides work, your loved ones in spirit. So just kind of wanted to make sure I got that number out there. So we're going to pull oh boy, I love this. Okay, we're going to pull an affirmation from these beautiful water blessings. And this, I love this deck, but I'll tell you, it is like testing my old lady eyes. So I'm trying to read what this says, but I just think that some of these messages fit so beautifully. So I'm going to read this out to you all. Now, anytime I pull an affirmation, this is really, for everyone as a collective. And these affirmations are beautiful to just, apply in your life, or if, if you haven't been able to, or they don't quite fit, then, just keep them in mind and apply them, the next week or whatever it may be. So the words of so it's the trifecta of energy. It's the first word is accept, and then support, and then the message says, allow a continuous flow of gratitude, clear all fear with eagerness for what's next. So I'm going to read that again if my eyes will allow me to. I was getting a little teary-eyed, so try to read when you're half blind already and you've got, tears in the eyes. So accept and support. I love that. Allow a continuous flow of gratitude. Clear all fear with eagerness for what's next. Ooh, I really love that. I think if you kind of take a moment and just absorb all those words, that just the meaning is even more beautiful. So, and that's one thing I think I am learning is to allow that continuous flow of gratitude. I think sometimes we get so wrapped up in just our daily lives and our daily fears and the what ifs. And once we're able to just allow that beautiful flow of being, grateful and thankful, and feeling blessed, for the things that we have in this lifetime, then the other things seem to just flow beautifully. And of course, the one thing that I cannot express enough is letting go of the fear. And some of you guys may have heard me use this or have given this example of an acronym for fear, and it stands for the false ego appearing real, or the false evidence appearing real. So anytime that you have any of that fear, think of that, what's my ego doing? Is, my ego getting in the way? And if so, what can I do to overcome and surpass this? So I'll tell you, if I would have allowed fear to get in the way of me pursuing my purpose and my passion and sharing my gifts, as a medium, as an intuitive, I would not be here today. I would not be having this amazing, opportunity with A1R and with Moonstruck TV. And I would not be meeting all the amazing people that I've got to meet through the, 3 years with A1R. It might even be going on 4. Heavens, I don't know. Time flies when you're having fun. So it's good times. But I'm excited to see what more comes. And turning 50 soon, I'm telling you, it is. It's been difficult, but I'm learning that it's just another number, right? It's just another number. All right, my friends. Well, let's stop talking about turning 50. We're going to go ahead and take our first caller. And I've got Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is from California. Hi, Elizabeth. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing so good, hon. So good. How can I help you tonight?
I was wondering if I will be reconciling with an ex or finding someone new.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love it. All right, my friend, let me go ahead and I'm going to pull a couple cards for you here. And so crazy. You're even mentioning this. Last night, I went and did kind of a little mini group reading event for a group that meets once a month. And it really is for singles, single parents. And, I was sitting there, and at one time I was a single mom of my 2 kids, and, and just listening to how much has changed, just with technology and the dating scene. And, and then a lot of people, wanting to reconcile with, their exes or soon to be exes. And so it's just kind of interesting that you're asking me kind of the same question that I was getting last night. So it must be something in the air, my friend. Must be something in the air. All right. So let me go ahead and get these counted out here. I'm going to just pull a couple cards for you. Now, I don't know if you got a chance to hear, hun, but I had mentioned this number 15 being a very significant number. Does that number connect with you? How does that connect, hun?
Yes. My daughter is born on the 15th. My son is born on the 15th.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you were meant to be my caller tonight. That's just it. I love that. Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, and even, like I was saying, my birthday's on the 15th, and I thought, well, is this just because, of my birthday? But it hasn't. It's been coming in very significant. So being that you have, so many close, your children and loved ones with that, I just want you to know that the presence and the feeling of, whoever this may be, whether it's your guides or your loved ones in spirit, have been so strong today. So there definitely is some beautiful guidance, without a doubt. So we'll see what more we get from them. Now, what's interesting, I'm going to show on camera here. So I literally just counted out the 15th card and then had actually turned over the next card. And the first card that came up for you, now both of these cards are reversed, so I'll kind of explain what that is more in depth, but you pulled this 6 of Wands card. And so that card, as I was mentioning, came out of the deck upside down. And then you happened to pull the Hermit card, and the Hermit card came out upside down. Well, the Hermit card is the number 9 and the number 6. So what is 9 plus 6? We've got 15. So you need to go to Vegas, my friend. Let's just go meet in Vegas.
It seems all day, I promise you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Well, I always say, here's your sign. So here's some things that I feel, and I'll just get right down to it, my friend. And one that will, if you've had readings with me, know, or maybe if you don't know, I'm very transparent. I'm very honest. As I say, I'll never sugarcoat it. So sometimes it's going to be what, you're not going to really want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. So when it comes to the reconciliation with the ex, there's such a feeling of where so this wand is really the most significant, I guess, focus at the moment. And the wand is about, it's fire, it's igniting, it's getting things in motion. It's making the changes that need to be made so that you can come out of this, what we call this hermit shell, which the hermit, as we know, hermit crabs, when they're scared, when they're nervous, when they're feeling threatened, they go to their safe place. And that's where I feel the reconciliation with the ex is coming in, hon. So now this also is about you coming out and shining that bright light. And you have such a beautiful energy. I can tell, I can feel it. You have a lot of fire behind you too. So what is your zodiac sign?
I'm a Pisces. I was born on the 25th. There's
Okay.
another 5 for you.
Yeah, my goodness. Well, so and Pisces, obviously some may know, some may not, but it's the water sign. And Pisces are probably one of my favorite people out there because of the fact that when they love so deeply and they're so committed. They are one of the most emotional of all of the signs, and that can be a blessing and a curse, as I say. But it also is where people will unfortunately take advantage. And that's where I feel you're going to be seeing things change. Yeah. And, this hermit card, I really feel is, if anything, my friend, is the one that I feel is going to be your shadow work. It's you not having to always go back to what you've known, what your safe place is, and it's easy to do. It is really easy. And, I think that now I don't know how old you are, nor do I care, but I think, in life and as, we get older, you just don't want to play the games and you just want to go to what, feels safe. And I don't want to see that happen for you because I really feel here in the next about 3 months. So we're putting you right about September-ish. About September, October. You have a new connection and I love it because I feel that it's like the fall time. It feels to me like maybe a favorite holiday for either you or this new person. And it just feels like the energy is, it's a good connection. So, I worry that if you go back to reconciling and what you've known, you'll miss your person, as I call it, or that open door of opportunity. And in the meantime, here over the next 3 months, I really feel there's a sense of you connecting to your roots. And I just had a beautiful female soul come in, very motherly, very maternal, said, remember how you were raised? Remember your roots? Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
That's my adopted mom.
Yeah. Oh my
That's
God.
her.
Oh, I freaking love her. And that's what this is about. It's like I've raised you differently and you deserve, to have the best in life. You deserve to have somebody who you don't have to feel takes advantage of you or, or because I can tell them.
I know.
Yeah, I love that you just said, Mom. I almost said that too. I'm like, okay, Mom, give it to her. Just give it to her. I feel like she has no filter either, my friend, because literally I can hear her. Yeah, and I love it. I love it. If we weren't in the fact that, we're live, I mean, I would just be free flowing everything I'm hearing. So, but I don't want to make that.
The thing is, I talk to her a lot because it feels like, sometimes I'm really, really going through it. And I'm just hoping by the end of June that like you said, the hermit crab, like I get to come out of my shell because it's a lot right now. And I'm trying not to, like you said, go back to the bullshit, the BS. I'm not trying to go back to that. Right. I just graduated last Tuesday and I just want better.
Oh my gosh. Well, congratulations, hon. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Was this from a tech school? I'm told that you're very talented with what you just graduated from.
Medical billing and coding. I'm going to be on the computer all day. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and that is not an easy thing to learn. That is not easy.
No.
I commend you for that. And so, but you know what I love is the beautiful love and support that you have. I mean, the 15s coming in, that's your mom. You know, she's the reason why that we're connecting. She's the reason why the 15's so strong. She's the reason that she's going, honey, listen to what I've told you, what I've taught you, connect with your roots, and don't ever, ever sell yourself short, is what she just said. Ever.
Okay.
So, but I'm going to stay with you. I know I've only got about 7 minutes because I'm going to keep you as my one caller tonight because there's so much coming in from her. So if you're okay with that, I'll keep you with me for a minute.
That's fine.
She's sassy. Oh boy, she's a lot of fire. What do you
She's
know?
little too. She's really short.
Is she? Oh, see, she's my person. That's why they call me the mini medium. I'm 5 feet tall. So she's my people. I love her. No wonder why she's been with me all day. She's like, yeah. You're my people. You are people. So I do. I feel like with, and kind of going back to where you're saying, hun, about school, just graduating, you have this beautiful new beginning of new energy, and everything you're putting out in the universe, it comes right back, and it comes back tenfold. So if you're putting out there, I'm an amazing woman, I'm strong, I'm educated, I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I'm about to embark on this beautiful new journey, and I deserve the best. Well, all of that will come right back, hun. It will. And the hard part is the patience. And I know that Pisces, I always say patience is not a virtue for any sign, but it is. It's some patience, hun. But I'll tell you, what I love is that you've got this part of your life right now that I want you to focus more on. And that's, starting a new job, getting your bearings, kind of, working through those kind of kinks and whatnot. And then when you are settled and you're feeling even more confident in, where you're at, then you'll exude that beautiful energy. You'll be vibrating at a higher frequency. That's when you start to attract the people, your person that is going to fit beautifully. So, go ahead, hon. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, got you. Like, okay, makes sense. It makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, and I'll tell you, I do want to say, and just express this, I don't feel that, with the ex, I don't feel that they're a bad person. I don't feel that, there are times where I sit with women or men for that matter, and I'm like, run, do not look back, just keep moving forward. And, I don't feel like, that they're necessarily a bad person. I just feel like they are and they have been a chapter in your big old novel of life. And it's time to turn the page, and it's time to go on to the next chapter. And that's why your mom is so expressive of, don't sell yourself short. Remember how I raised you, right? And one thing, boy, I keep hearing something else here. I'm going to scribble for a moment. I do what's called psychography or automated writing. And I want to write something down here. Let's see. Okay. She's kind of laughing, and she said she's talking about quitting the silly smoke. So, girl, no shame in the game, but there's something about either this is the ex and or you, my friend. She's like, all right, enough of the pot, enough of this. So if it's not you,
oh my gosh.
Okay, I'll take it that it's you.
I mean, yeah.
You know, you live in California and I'm in Utah. I'm like, girl, I'm jealous. Do you? You
I
do you?
mean,
Yeah. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. Um, I love her. I told you she has no filter. So she is a hoot. She also she says, give my babies a big hug. She keeps showing me. And I know that she's small, but I'll tell you, this woman's energy and the way that she's able to make people feel welcome is, I mean, she might as well be 8 feet tall. That's the feeling she's giving me.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah, good. She shows me 3 children. So how many children do you have, hon?
4.
You have 4. Okay. So when I'm only seeing the 3, this would be her way of wanting to, you know, unless you've got 3 girls and 1 boy, 3 boys and 1 girl.
I do.
But
I do.
Yeah,
I do. I
okay.
have 3 girls and 1 boy. That's exactly it.
Perfect. Okay. So she's, and not that she doesn't love your son. It's just, you know, she's wanting you to give that beautiful example to your girls of what a man or how a man or how a relationship should look like, because she's showing me the three, and how an amazing mother you are, and just how proud this woman is of what you have been doing to let all of the kids, all of your children, and especially the girls, to see that you can overcome and you can get past these obstacles. Because boy, I'm telling you, my friend, if we sat down and did a private 1-hour reading, like, you know, and I do them over Zoom as well, just like we are here, and we would focus on your past. You've had a lot in your past, my friend, but for you to be sitting here and talking to me today, you have done leaps and bounds, hon. Absolutely. So I feel I need to let you know that from your mom. I've got like 45 seconds left. I told you this would go fast, but I just, please, if you ever feel that you'd like to, hon, reach out to me. You can email me or go on my website. It's mini-medium.com, or you can go to the radio station, go to the Facebook page, message me, let me know it's you. I'd love to share something else with you if you feel comfortable. Okay.
Of course.
Okay. All right, my friend. Well, I'm going to wrap up my show, but you have a beautiful night, and it was so wonderful talking to you.
Thank you so much. It really helped. Talk to you soon. Very soon.
Okay,
Thank
hon.
you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys. What a beautiful show. And again, happy Father's Day to all those dads out there. And I will see you guys next week. Much love and light. See you then.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Vorosco. Live from newworldservices.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Supernatural Living on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Spirit has for you. And before we begin that, I do want to mention something that happened recently. You know, I always like to share a story. So I was doing a mediumship gallery reading. So mediumship, obviously connecting to our loved ones. Gallery reading would be with about 10 people in one room. And whatever messages come through, I guess we just find out who belongs to who, that kind of thing. So it requires a tremendous amount of trust, right? So with going forward and doing that, I give what I get as a medium. That's it. Just, I'm a translator, share that information, and that's it. So one of the first messages that I got was actually from a dog who had crossed over. Anyone goes, our pets, everyone. So I'd gotten this message with a full description. Here he is, here's his mannerisms, this is what he looks like, and this is what he's joking around. These are his memories, and this is how you would know him. And okay, everyone looked at me. The greatest group of people, so kind, so cool. And they looked at me, and of course that's one of the biggest dreaded moments for mediums, just like, hey, did I translate this right? Am I seeing this right? So I took a step back, I looked again, and I said, oh, sure enough. And I kept feeling that give this information, despite feeling like I don't know, I'm not going to say 100 different feelings, right? So I brought all the information forward, and no one could take it. So I said, okay, on the note, next, next loved one in line. Let's share that story. And we ended up having a great reading, a great time together, about an hour together, and everything was flowing and it was beautiful. But there was this lack of connection to this dog, this beautiful, awesome dog. And so it stuck with me. Some of the times when I do your readings, most of the time, it comes through me, it's a little bit channeled, and then it leaves, and I go about my day. So this stuck with me, and I was wondering that, okay, so a week from now, who's going to claim this? Someone has to claim this. This was crystal clear. And next day, I had gone out to a local store, and I wasn't even going to go. And it was, no, stop here, just stop in. And I stop in, I walk into the store, and I said, okay, I need this and this. And the owner comes up to me, and he says, hey, I've been trying to reach your son. I have something, a collection piece here for him. And I said, well, he's, here, blah, blah, blah. I'll let him know. And he said, oh, you got to see it. And he brings it up to me, and I turn around, and there it is. To the T, the dog, like the actual ceramic piece of this dog that I brought through the night before. And okay, so what's the whole point in this story? why am I bringing through a message from a ceramic dog, right? Well, you know what I heard at that point? I heard, thank you. Thank you for being vulnerable, looking like a goof, and giving, trusting, and giving exactly what you got. And I said, well then. I guess that's the way spirit works. So okay, thank you for listening. I hope you're laughing. And I don't know, you guys are amazing. So let's see, who do we have on the phone with us now?
Janine,
Hi, Janine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am great, thanks. It's great to be here with you.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you calling from, Janine? I couldn't see on my screen.
Ossining, New York.
Oh, okay. I'm New York as well. You're not far. So on this rainy day, how can I help you? Do you have a question? Do you have anything that you'd like me to look at for you?
Well, I was just hoping for a general reading. I didn't have like a specific question other than, I guess, my love life.
Okay. All right, well, let's start there. Let's see.
Oh.
Give me 1 second, Janine. I'm just connecting with you, and I'll look into this, and we'll see.
Thank you.
Okay, Janine, can I ask you, do you have a romantic partner who has passed away? Have you had one?
Well, yeah, but that was like years ago, a few years
Okay.
ago. But I hadn't been with him since I was, in high school, like around that time, or a little after high school. When I was a teenager.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that up first before we talk about your current, present time here. So give me 1 second just to connect there.
All right.
Okay. All right. Now, I do feel like I'm sensing the word Rob or Robert. Would that make sense to you?
No.
Robert? Janine?
No, I don't know any Rob or Robert,
Okay.
that passed
All
away or even that.
Thank you. So going back over to, we're going to move that aside. And the reason that this event, Spirit is bringing this to our attention to address this. And I hope you don't mind. I know you looked for something a lot happier, and we'll get to that. But I do have a feeling that this has been sitting with you. Has there been a recent anniversary, be it a birthday or a significant date, something that reminded you of him? Has that just recently happened?
Yes, actually, not a date, but I was watching a music video from the 80s, but the person who was singing looked just like him that passed away, and my girlfriend was here, and I said, it looks just like him. And that was like 2 weeks ago.
So just for how, could you just tell me that song? I'm curious.
Oh, my God. It was Billy Squire, In the Dark.
In the Dark. Okay. So going back to that song, I know I'm flipping back and forth here, but this is what we're doing. So during this time right now in your life, is there a cause for concern medically? Is it you? Do you have a medical issue? Do you have something stressful like that happening? Something that you'd be concerned about?
Yeah, not life threatening, but I have some issues.
Okay, and I am getting the feeling that
My
this is
mom, though,
something
I live
that's,
with my mom. Huh?
yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this has been sort of putting a damper on your romantic life and just on yourself in
Yeah.
general. And so what I'm hearing from him is that this was a way of coming through to help jolt you out and snap you out of it. And it worked. So you were surprised, right? You were
Yeah,
surprised when that song came on and you said, "Oh, look at him."
yeah.
Right?
I never really noticed that he looked just like him before until that day, and I watched that video a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you gone back to view that video again to say, really, is this me, or is this like, have you gone back to
Oh
look
yeah,
at that
yeah,
thing?
yeah, yeah. He really looks like him. Yeah, he
Yeah.
does.
Okay. So I'd like to just give you a recommendation to acknowledge the fact that he's here, he's with you, he's here to cheer you up. Definitely not to
Oh,
make you sad or anything, but here to cheer you up and to remind you of that youthful time where our inner child is free, we are free, we are not just so like stuck
yeah,
with bills and adult life and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah. That's how it feels right now. Yeah.
yeah.
Or it
So
should
one
feel.
of the easiest reminders would be from someone who you would recognize, someone who would make you laugh. And yeah, so anytime you feel stuck in a rut, play that song. Play that song and laugh. And just think
Yeah,
of like how cool that was that he came and he's like, "Come on, remember how awesome you were when we were younger? Like we had a lot of fun."
yeah, yeah,
So just
yeah.
just by thinking about that, that will cheer you up, and then you will become more magnetic because you'll be in your true self. You won't be burdened by your health
Right. Yeah.
concerns and other concerns. And in that magnetic energy, that's what's going to help you attract the right person into your life. So I
Okay.
do see that you know a few people. One, two, three. So you have a few, just from where I'm looking at what he's showing. I feel like you have a few like acquaintances, people, those kinds of things. But the way that I'm feeling is that there isn't a true love, deep, serious, let's go out of the house, let's go do something relationship. Is that correct?
Right. I don't have
Okay.
anyone now. Oh,
Yeah. So taking this step right here to cheer you up and just be lighter, be more lighthearted. This is what you need to do. This is the best advice of what you need to do to get your true person that's going to come, who's going to adore you completely for exactly who you are. You don't have to worry about if you're thinking about clothing. Are you thinking about clothing?
um, not right now, but yeah, my style, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So thinking about that, upgrading your style, upgrading your everything, all those concerns are a bit irrelevant to this new person that is very close by coming into your life. So once you take step one and get yourself out there with a smile, really just start with a smile. I know that sounds super cheesy. Start with a smile, put your best
Yeah.
foot forward. And I know that also sounds cheesy, but yes, we're in a materialistic world, but seriously, for you, get your smile, listen to that song, and remember, tap into the young woman that you were, the young
Yeah.
inner child. And that joy is going to say, "Hey, I'm available." What you've been doing is you're saying, "I'm available, but." subconsciously we do this, right?
Yeah.
I'm available. I'd like to meet love, but I need to update my wardrobe. I have a health thing going on. It's annoying. I feel a little defeated. And then if love were to come knocking at your door, you would be like, ah, and you'd close the door. You'd be like, wait a minute, I'm not ready. So
Yeah.
one hand of things, you're like, hey, where's love? And love is really just like right around the corner. That's so weird. Love is right around the corner. I'm not sure if that's a song. Maybe check that out. Maybe Google that. I'm hearing that from him. It's like some of the words are like love is like right around the corner. Something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave you with this information and go for it. Go for it. Once you're out and about and you're feeling better, then you can slowly change your wardrobe and your style and whatever, but go out there as you. The
I
best
wonder
you-
if that name you said is the new person or not.
the name of a new person. You know what? Okay, let's see.
No, the name you said. I was wondering if that maybe is the new person.
Yeah, I just seen the name Rob, and I said, well, okay, what's this? The capital letter R, and then so let's go further, and it was Rob. And I said, is this Robert? And it was like, no, Rob. So I'm not sure how he's going to come into play, but
Yeah.
do you have a friend named Rob? No, right?
No, nothing with Rob. No
Okay.
past. No, maybe it's the future.
Well,
then.
Maybe just keep it in mind in the future if this is a last name of Roberts or Rob.
Oh,
It would either be Roberts, Rob, Robert, something like that. That when you do see this or you hear this, I'd like you to take note that your loved one is there smiling, rooting you on, and that's when you just let that good energy of yours kick in. No fear, no nothing. Oh, I wonder what he thinks. Skip it. Literally
Yeah.
skip it. You'll know that you're on the right path. I'm not sure if this is the name of a restaurant. They're really not giving me much more information, but it's definitely that name. So could even be the street.
Okay.
But you're going to see
Yeah.
it and it's going to stand out, just like that song stood out this time. Of all the times, it's this particular time. So we know when those things are highlighted for us. So the few people that you have been connecting to or connected with nonchalantly, also part of the healing process would be to let them go. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you do have a few online people, a few like local people that are wishy-washy, and you already know in your heart that this doesn't resonate with you, just don't be afraid of being alone. Don't think that you're going to be alone, because you're not, but you will open yourself up and give yourself space for this new person. So, because you can't meet a new person and have other like stragglers, around as well.
Right. In my
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah, not in your energy field. You want to say, hi, I'm open. Hello, I'm fun. I'm beautiful. I'm kind. I have, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank
go for it. And you know what? I would love to hear back from you. So if anytime you'd want to come visit us and give us some feedback, we're here for you.
you.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you so much, Janine. Thanks for calling in and thanks for sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Oh my gosh, that warms my heart. I love it. I love it. Wow. So it's just interesting. I know I say this a lot, but and we were saying this before, but this is interesting how spirit comes through and you never know. So let's see in the future, right? Okay. So here we are. Let's see. Who do we have now with us? Let's see. Is Linda?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, awesome. Yeah. And I believe you're calling from Canada. Is that right?
Yeah, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Awesome. So how can I help you today? Is there any
I would like
area-
to.
Sorry, go ahead, Linda.
Nothing's a general reading, like what you see for romance, job, move, health, that kind of stuff in the next few months or so.
Okay, you'd like to know not necessarily the present time, but you'd like to know what fall has in store.
Yeah.
Okay, Linda, give me a second just to connect a little deeper with you. My heart to yours. Okay, hang on, hang on here. All right, so the first thing I'd like to bring up is I see like a storefront, I see a shop. And would this be a local business that you work at, or that how would this be connected to you? We'd like to just start there first.
I really don't know.
A local shop. All right, well, let's just
I
put
don't
that.
work in a store, so.
Okay. When I look at this, I'm looking at a small business. It's like on this, say like on a side street, a small shop that you'd go into. It reminds me of the ones that would have like literally old fashioned, the bell on the door. It's like you open it and you're like, oh, I'm so excited to be here. And then you're like, that darn bell. So would you know which place I'm talking to, or which place I'm looking at, and what?
The only thing I can think of is there used to be a store in the town I grew up in, my great grandfather ran.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Now, did this have the bell on the top that when you open the door, it does that?
Yeah, it did. It did. It's closed now. It's been closed for years.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to look further in it and see what exactly that is. Okay. Shops. Now, I feel like there's a connection to antiques, and I see like antique bottles and things like that. Would that make sense to you?
No, I'm not sure.
Antiques. It's like these old sort of like vintage
oh, well,
glass
yeah.
bottles.
Yeah, well, like that's the store that he ran. It's full of antiques. It's actually now a museum in the town, just a tiny little thing. The store doesn't actually, it's not a store anymore. It's like, oh, my dad helped remodel it and refurbish it.
Okay, so there is a business there. It is the new business, but some pieces of you said grandfather?
My great grandfather opened
Great-grandfather.
it originally.
So there are some pieces.
Yeah, and my dad.
Okay, so there are some
refurbished
family
it.
pieces that are in this current store now that are part of the decor.
Not now. That I don't know. I haven't been out there in years.
Okay, let's just take a. Do you have any reason to have an excuse to go visit there coming up? Is there any kind of a
Yeah, I'm going out there with my sisters on Sunday to see my dad's memorial.
Okay. When you go there, can you please stop at the store?
Okay.
Can you please stop by this store and bring something from home? Bring a little piece of anything important to you that you could say, hey, just dropping by, good luck, and offer it. Don't worry about sounding weird. You don't have to worry about it. Like you're beautiful and you could pull it off. Just say, hey, this was my great grandfather's and I just want to swing by. And it could be anything. It could even be a plant. If you feel like you really don't want to be obvious, just be like, hey, I don't know, good memories. Here's something. And this is going to spark conversation. And there are people there that you really need to connect with. Those are people that you really need to connect with. So when we're looking forward into August, right? And for some reason, I'm looking at the significance of August. When we're looking forward into August, what you're going to be doing now is going to set the foundation for the rest that's going to come. And everything that you feel that you need to wrap up right now is not going to take as long as you think. And although things are hard, you have a lot of new stuff coming into your life. So, and it really is coming in, rushing in, like love, friendships, new business opportunities, things like that. And this is a whole new reset for you. So instead of thinking of what am I going to do in my routine, in my life, my current community, Spirit is showing me that there are doors over here that even if you wouldn't have planned it yourself, through the orchestration of running into this person, that person, and these conversations, you're going to be inspired in a different way. We're not taking the straight path. we're not taking the straight path, but you know what?
We can never be a straight path, can it?
Yeah, but who wants the straight path anyway? If you wanted this straight path, then I mean, it's very predictable. You already know, and now I'm hearing that from Spirit as well. You already know where that straight path leads. So, okay, listen, we've got just a few more seconds before we wrap this up. Oh, I love this. It has been such a blast talking to you, and thank you for just sharing your heart with us and inviting me in. I love it. I love all this for
Thank you.
Go on up there and bring the plant and let us know how you make it.
Okay.
All is well, really. So, all right. On that note, take care. Oh my gosh, I love being with you here. All of you that call in on A1R Psychic Radio. My heart is so full. This is just such a pleasure to spend time with you, really. So if you'd like to get a hold of me, you can find me at newworldservices.org, or you can come back and visit next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to Good Vibrations. Nice to see you back after a long week, and I hope you're having a good week. A lot of things are happening. So today I want to talk about signs and symbols. Everybody, actually, mediums see symbols, right? That's how we see or say what we're telling people. People often ask, what do you see? Well, I see if, for instance, I have certain symbols for things. Like today I was reading someone and I asked her if her mother had passed from diabetes. Well, how did I know that? Because I see a person's leg. It could be a man or a woman, but I see dimpled edema, which is another expression for swelling. That's my symbol for, and it's bacon. He sees bacon because he went on a keto diet to prevent himself from having type 2 diabetes. So each medium sees a different thing. But what's a sign? Anybody can see a sign. We all see signs. When we miss our loved ones, very often we see signs. For some people, it's a heart. They see a heart. My sister-in-law sees hearts everywhere. She'll find, in fact, a colleague of mine also sees hearts. She'll see a heart-shaped rock, or she'll see a sign, or she'll see all of a sudden, this sign or whatever, but she sees and she knows that's from her husband. Some people see the moon, they'll see an image of the moon, or sometimes it's an egg shape. Could be anything. Maybe you see a leaf. A friend of mine, every time she gets in her car, she misses her son, and she'll say, send me a sign. And sure enough, the radio starts playing a song that represents the college he went to. It happens to be Sweet Home Alabama, but every time she gets in the car, that song comes on. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of signs. You have to pay attention to them. Like a lot of people often say, I saw a cardinal, that's my mother. No, the cardinal is not your mother. That is not your mom. Your mom might be sending the cardinal. And why do they say a cardinal? Because why not a sparrow? Well, cardinals are red. So male cardinals are red. So that when you see them, you usually notice them. Blue jays, cardinals, orioles, orioles are yellow or orange. So the point is that when we see those, we perk up and we look. And yes, they are signs. A friend of mine, was missing her father. And I said, I saw a flash of an eagle. And I said, watch for an eagle. Well, sure enough, they were having his memorial that weekend. And she called me up. She sent me a video. She was very excited. And over her head, 3 eagles were circling. And she had never seen that before. Now, could it have happened in the past and she never noticed it? Perhaps. But I would take it as a sign. I told her to look for eagles, and sure enough, they were there. We have Maxine from Uxbridge, I can't even pronounce it, Uxbridge, England, in the UK, and she is ready.
Yes.
Hi, Maxine. How are you?
Fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for calling.
Oh, thank you for calling. So let me ask you, do you see signs from your loved ones?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I feel I do, yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, one of the things I use as a sign is my book. And I ask you to pick a page number 1 to 366. And we find that opens the door. So pick a page number 1 through 366. I'll read what's on that page and let's see if it's a message from your loved one.
44.
44.
Mm-hmm.
That page says, I love what I love, and that's okay. And usually, so I want to ask you, what I was first getting was someone that was beside you, a contemporary. So do you have a contemporary spirit, like a brother or a spouse?
Yes, I do, both.
Both. So a brother and a spouse.
Mm-hmm.
And your spouse is a recent passing?
10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. That's a while, but it's still fresh, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so after 10 years, are things really, I noticed I lost my spouse 8 years ago, and it was very strange, but for the first time at the 7-year mark, things started to shift, right? And it was the first time I didn't wake up during the day and realize that I wasn't missing him I mean, I miss him, but I didn't wake up with
Mhm.
that longing. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm wondering if maybe your spouse is coming through and saying, I know you love me and I know that you miss me, but it's okay for you to start enjoying yourself. It's okay for you to do other things. Do you think that that's what he would be telling you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And is there a CHR name like Christopher or Charles associated with any of your people living or dead?
Charlie, yeah.
Who's Charlie?
He's my cousin's son.
And is he on the other side?
No, he's this side. He's on the other side.
He's on this side. He's alive. And does Charlie have a parent? Is his mom on the other side?
Yes.
She is.
No, his mother's here.
His mother's here. Is his father on the
Mhm.
other side?
No.
Okay, I have
I do
someone
have
on
a
the
cousin Charlie. I do have a cousin Charlie, who's on the
Yeah.
other side.
So you have a Charlie who's on the other
Mhm.
side. Because what I have is someone
Yeah.
calling to family on this side. So does Charlie, the cousin who is passed, does he have family on that's around? And perhaps a wife and children or his mother? Is there someone here that he'd be calling out to?
No, his mother's passed. His children are here, but his wife
Okay.
passed.
All right. So
Yeah.
he would be calling out to his children. Does he have 3 children?
No, he has more than that. He had 6.
He has 6. But are 3 when they give
Mhm.
me a number, are 3 unmarried or 3 still living at home or like is there a difference about the children that you could fit the 3 in?
Yeah, well, he's got a son called Charlie in spirit with him, and then he's got 2 others that are here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the point is that your
That
cousin
I
is
can fit in.
so you can fit that number 3 in. So he's
Yeah.
calling out to the family that's here, and so he's asking you to relay the message to them that he's okay. And he's
Yeah.
got his son. So there were 2
Okay.
Charles actually. There was Charlie him, and then Charlie his son with the same name.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that's
you
wonderful.
Charlie's together, right? And his wife. So that's 3.
Mhm.
There's 3 people in one family on the other
Yeah.
side.
Oh,
So
that
you
is
always
3. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we always look to try to make sense of the messages we're getting or the
Yeah.
symbols we're getting. It's kind of, I tell people it's a lot like making a puzzle out of the sky. It's all one color and you kind of have to
Yeah.
figure out how it fits together. So I want to talk about, so you have a brother also on the other side, correct?
Yeah.
And your brother has children here?
He does.
Okay. So again, he's calling out who had a problem with their teeth? Who lost all of their teeth? Is someone going through something now with their teeth?
Yeah, me.
Okay. So I would say this is from your brother and your husband are talking about that they know, are they pulling a lot of your teeth and putting in bridges or something? Because I want to say that they
Yeah,
know
I'm
what's
having.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going through
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
So,
Yeah.
and also, are you in the same house you were in with your husband?
No. Moved.
You moved. Is there something going on with
Yeah.
wallpaper in the house? Is there something going on that where wallpaper is falling down, or did that happen in your old house?
No, that happened in the old house. I'm hoping to wallpaper in this house soon.
Okay. All right. So obviously he knows you want a wallpaper. And wallpaper did
Yeah.
fall down in the old house. So was he alive when the wallpaper
Yeah.
fell down?
Yeah.
So I would think that he's letting you know this is actually evidence that, why do I see wallpaper falling down? Because he wants to share that memory with
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have like a
Mm.
little bell? Do you have a bell in the house?
A bell.
A bell.
A bell. Just what goes ding dong? You mean? Yeah.
Right.
Well,
You
I
do
did
have a
have.
bell? The kids have a bell.
Yeah.
Because I heard my own phone
Yeah.
is dinging and Spirit shows you messages.
Yeah.
It drew my attention to that. And so he's
Yeah.
showing me the bell. Does it sometimes ring and you can't explain why? Do you hear it ringing?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, I would say that's your husband letting you know he's in the house. Do you have also a dog
Oh,
that
that's
is in
good.
spirit as well?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was the dog your husband's dog, or did he know that dog?
No. No, he had a dog when he was a young kid and always carried him with him. But I've also
Okay.
had a dog.
Okay, were
Yeah,
any
that's
of the
in
dogs,
spirit.
did they have an S sound to their name, like Sandy or Sid, or was there an S?
Sky.
Sky. Okay.
Yeah, Sky. Sky.
Okay. So Sky was his dog or your dog?
My dog.
Okay. And your dog has passed?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So he's letting you know that he has your dog too. Did he not like to
That's
walk the
lovely.
dog? Did he not like to take the dog for walks?
No, that was me. I never liked taking the dog for a walk, so he did.
Okay. Okay, so what he's indicating is he's out walking the dog. So I guess it's something he'd want
Oh,
to
that's
do, so he's
lovely.
reminding you that he liked
Yeah,
walking the dog, even if you didn't. But
yeah,
I'm so sorry for
yeah.
your loss. Now you have 2 or 3 children.
Oh no, I have 7.
You have 7. Again, why would
Yeah,
he say 2 or 3? Why would he?
because
Why?
I had 3 grandchildren. 3
Okay.
grandchildren that lived with me.
Okay.
I've got more grandchildren than that, but 3
But you
specific
have 3 that are
grandchildren
with
that were
you.
living with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he's acknowledging, does one of your children have your husband's name? I don't know don't tell me his name, but do one of the kids have his name? Or a
Yeah,
sibling?
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Is
they're
there a
both
D
big.
name? Is there a D name like David or Danny?
No, no,
Where is the D name? Diane, David, where is the D name?
no.
Debbie?
The D name is my surname.
Okay. Okay, is
And
your
my
maiden name.
second. Sorry?
That's your maiden name, correct? Or it's your name now? The
My
D
maiden
name is-
name, yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, it's my maiden name. But I also have my first name. You know, like I've got a middle name that begins with D as well.
Oh, okay, so you have the D name.
And I have a daughter that's got a D name.
Okay, so you have a
Yeah,
daughter that
so
has right, okay.
D name.
Yeah, and I also I want to ask, I'm going to pronounce the name wrong, but Hermione, is there a Hermione or an H name, Heather, Hermione?
No,
Okay,
no.
keep those names and if they come up, but keep looking for signs. I'm really sorry about your loss.
Yeah.
Keep watching for
Thank you
signs.
very much.
You're welcome,
I will.
and thanks for calling in.
Thank you very much. God bless and take care.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Loretta in Winnipeg, Manitoba, in Canada.
Hello.
Hi, Loretta. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
I am great. Thank you.
Good, good. I don't know if you were listening, but I do use a book to kind of open the door. But before I do you get signs from your loved ones on the other side?
I think so.
Good. Okay. I was just asking. All right. So pick a page number 1 to 366, and we're going to see if that opens up the door.
Okay, I will pick 144.
144. It's funny because the woman before took 44, so we're going 100 more. 144.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. I don't think I've ever read 144. Oh, no, I haven't. This is the first time. So, Loretta, this is the first time I'm reading page 144. Okay.
Well, I'm excited.
Do you have a father on the other side? Is your dad on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you close with your dad?
Not really.
I didn't think so. Is there a stepfather on the other side as well?
Yes.
Were you closer with your stepfather?
Not really.
Okay, I'm going to read you what this says and I'll tell you what I'm feeling. Nothing can stop me from achieving my dreams. Okay, that's your message. Nothing can stop me from achieving my dreams. And when I asked you if you had a father on the other side, I got the feeling that he was not an especially supportive father,
No.
that he wasn't present in your life.
Yeah, no, for most of my life. Yeah,
Right.
and then he passed away early. So yeah, I don't really know him well at all.
Okay, yeah. So then I asked if you had a stepfather because the feeling I got is, so I'm going to ask about your stepfather. You didn't have a great relationship with your stepfather?
I didn't say I didn't have a great relationship. I didn't know him well, and he wasn't around that long. But
okay, but was he a
he wasn't a
better?
bad guy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, I said he wasn't a bad guy or anything. No, he
Okay,
was
so
a
I
good
think
guy.
he was a good guy. I think this is your stepfather, and
Uh-huh.
I think what I'm getting is that I didn't say these things to you while I was here. Do you understand? That I saw you and I watched you and I'm proud of you. And I don't think, and this is what I'm feeling is coming from a father figure on the other side. But like I said, when I felt like I was, feeling what your father was feeling, I got absenteeism. But what I got from your stepfather is somebody who just didn't know how to communicate well. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank
and
you.
You're welcome. And what I'm feeling is that you've had a lot of blockages in your life, like maybe you studied something and you got a job and it didn't work out. Like you've had a lot of things that have not worked out. Can you validate that? Is that how your life's been? A lot of fits and
I'll agree
starts?
with that.
Right. And what's your
Struggles, yeah.
struggles? Yes, that's exactly what it is. Struggles. And what your stepfather is saying is you've got determination and grit and you're going to get through these struggles. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And he says just stay true to yourself and you're going to get it, things are going to open up and they're going to get better for you because you always do the right thing. So your message is I may not have said these things or shown you enough support while I was here, but I don't want you to think that I didn't notice who you are. So this was your mom's husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's very sweet.
Yeah. So I want to ask if you have a contemporary in spirit as well, either a spouse or a sibling.
Do I have a what, sorry?
Do you have a spouse or a sibling in spirit?
No.
Oh, like a partner, a spouse. There's no partners because I have a contemporary here also. Do you have a sibling in spirit or a cousin?
Oh, not that I know of.
Nothing that's coming to mind. But I do have a contemporary to you, and it feels like it could have been a friend. It could have been a cousin. It could have been I don't know, a half sibling or something like that.
Okay, well, I've had quite a few people pass away in my life.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who, but no one immediate family.
Okay, so I'm going to say a name and let's see if we can place it with one of these people. There were two names, by the way. When I was talking about your dad and your stepfather, I did hear the name Bob or Robert. Can you place Bob or Robert?
Oh.
Living or dead, it doesn't matter.
Well, I think my great grandfather was a Robert, but other than
Okay.
that,
Oh, that's fine. Then we can validate that there's a Robert in your family. And you may not have known him. He was a great grandfather, but you validated the name. Nobody here with the name Robert?
mhm.
No siblings or uncles?
Uncle Joe. I have an Uncle Joe.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, with the name Robert or Bob. So I want to go to to the female. I'm hearing Michelle or an M name, M-A or M-I. Is there an M-A or an M-I, Loretta?
I don't think so. I can't think of anyone. Oh,
Around yeah,
Margaret. M-A.
Margaret. Okay, who's Margaret?
That would be my great grandma.
Okay, so we have your great grandfather and great grandma. So are they the ones, are they married to each other by any chance?
Oh no, these are on two different sides. So
Okay,
this is
two
like
different
on my
sides.
mom's side. The other one
All
was on
right.
my dad's. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's nice to know that family's watching out, even if it's remote family. Did you know either one of them? Had you ever met either one of them?
Yeah, actually, I was really close to Margaret.
You were. Okay. Do you have something of Margaret's in the house, like a doily or an apron, something that's lacy? Is there something in your house that you kept, a memento, a handkerchief? There's something like that. It's a fabric and it's lacy. Do you have something of Margaret's that's like that?
Oh, I'm sure. I have a
Yeah.
few things like that, so I'm sure something used to belong to her.
Do you also have something on your dresser from her? Like, do you have like a box or a tin on your dresser that was hers?
Oh, that could be too. I do have some stuff that was given to me by my mom.
Yeah. Yeah. Like one of her things that if you opened it, filled with bobby pins or something.
Oh, very likely, because I do have some stuff, I think, from when she passed away, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Is there something that has flowers painted on the top of it?
Oh. Maybe. I'll have to go look. I don't even know.
Well, it sounds like you have homework. You got to go look. But she wants you to know that she sort of steps in as a guardian angel and she watches out for you. Do you have any questions?
No, I just think it's really beautiful.
Well, are you going through something tough right now?
No, not really. I'm actually pretty good. This is just really beautiful news.
Good. So in other words, whatever we talked about, you've been through the worst of it, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Because what they're showing me, and the reason I asked is because very often they'll show me light at the end of the tunnel, or they'll show me a green pasture. And what I see is like light at the end of the tunnel and a green pasture. So whatever it is that you've struggled through, whatever it was, they're behind you. They're definitely behind you. And you've got clear sailing moving ahead. You're moving into a really good time period. Is there anyone who was a nurse or worked in the medical field?
Oh, I know a few people. My aunt.
Is there an S name like Sandra or Susan?
An Auntie Sue, yeah. My husband's aunt.
Okay. Yeah, and this Auntie Sue, was she a nurse or she worked in the nursing field?
Oh, you know what? I can't even remember what she did. I don't know. I thought she worked in a bank. I'm not sure, but no, for a nurse, I can't say for sure.
Okay. Well, we have Sue.
That would be my Aunt Elaine.
Okay, and Elaine would be the nurse. So you have all these people that are around you that are calling out or showing me symbols to say that they're around you and, supporting you. Your mom is alive?
Yeah.
Is she going through something right now?
Yeah.
Is
she
there
had
a memory?
heart attack? So
A heart attack. And is there something going on with memory or is there something going on with her brain?
Yeah, I believe so too.
Yeah.
A little bit of that forgetfulness. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So she had a heart attack and she's been treated, correct? She's home already?
Yeah, she's home. She's been home for a few months, but she's still in recovery, just getting stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got to do what they tell her to do. Like, in other words, I think the Aunt Elaine, is she related to your mother?
That was my mom's only sibling's wife. So yeah,
So
they were close, I
so
guess.
she's sister-in-law. So she wants her to know that she's
Yeah.
watching. But please tell Mom that Aunt Elaine, maybe even if they weren't close in real life, it doesn't matter. Maybe they were close, maybe they weren't, but she's watching out for her.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, good. I hope you enjoyed and have a great week. It was nice meeting you.
Oh, such a pleasant meeting. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. So I want to remind everybody, if you'd like a private reading with me, please go to my website, www.ladyphyllis.com. You can join my Patreon, where I bring in experts once a month to talk about all the different modalities that are available to us, from remote healing to numerology to you name it. I bring in all kinds of experts. We have a course there on angel magic taught by Michael Samuels. And I also do a gallery where, if you join the Patreon, once a month, someone will read you. I bring in my students. I'm also starting a course this August. So if you're interested in taking the course, use the promo code CLASS30, CLASS 30, and get 30% off. I'm only doing this 3 years. I started 3 years ago by taking the courses, and look at me now. So if you're interested, take the course. You may be surprised. You'll be able to tell the difference between a sign and a symbol. Anyway, I hope your week is filled with good vibrations. Remember to look for signs everywhere, and put the puzzle pieces together. Make sure you take a good look at what's going on around you, numbers that keep repeating, songs that come on, birds that land right in front of you. Look for the signs and know that your loved ones are all around you. Hope you have a great week filled with good vibrations.
everybody. Shelley Divine here from Infinite Soul Connections. I am going to be talking today about a couple things. First thing I'm going to talk about is some animal medicine. Now, normally I pulled the animal spirit cards, and today I'm using the animal medicine cards. And what I pulled for everybody who's listening, if this, sounds like it's for you, take it. If it doesn't, don't worry. I pulled the crow. Okay. So we all know that crows are super intelligent, so intelligent. And there's a medicine story that tells of the crow's fascination with her own shadow. This is interesting. She kept looking at it, scratching it, pecking at it until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. It's weird. Crow is dead crow now. Dead crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into a crow's eyes, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. I love that. I love crows. I have so many around here at my house, and they come and they talk to me, especially when their bird water is empty. They come find me and kind of yell at me, so I go fill it up. Since Crow is the keeper of the sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Few adepts exists in today's world, and fewer still have mastered the crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously, taking on another physical form and becoming the fly on the wall, so they're listening in, to observe what is happening far away. So the crow, what I'm getting from the card is, again, super intelligent. They know there's a connection. If you are opened up into, your intuition is opened up, there is a connection with a crow. And you can actually talk to them and look at them, and they will look at you and they will talk to you. And if they keep repeating, coming back, they kind of start to become your, what feels like kind of like a guardian. And this guardian is going to give you warning signs. Okay, so maybe if this makes sense to you about the crows, listen up. If you have crows around you, if something is going on, they're going to alert. And if you leave their bird water empty, they're going to yell at you. Okay, so also I want to talk about connecting with your spirit guides. And your spirit guides are always with you, whether you know it or not. You may have heard this before, but there may be some of you out there that are just kind of starting to understand their intuition and opening up to it, which if you do need help with that, I can help you with that. If you go to my website, infinitesoulreadings.com, I do spiritual life path coaching, okay, as well as readings. But so you have these guides. You have guardian angels too, okay? Slow down, let me tell them. You have your guides, and they're part of your soul's journey. However, you can choose to deepen your relationship with them by asking for their guidance and paying attention to what comes through, paying attention to their messages. That's where the intuition comes in. You can find a quiet space, meditate, and the meditate for this would just be the silent meditation. You just sit quietly and ask your guides questions. Ask them how they can make themselves known to you. You might feel a sensation, and that would be your answer. Like, okay, so when I feel the sensation, I know my guides are with me and are listening to me. You can do the same thing with angels. I work with angels a lot. And what the angels like to do for me, besides all the angel numbers that I see all the time, is they'll just like make the top of my head feel like it's tingling or somebody's playing with my hair. And that's how they've told me, that's how they're going to let me know they're there with me. Like if I'm kind of in not a great space and I ask the angels, are you with me? They will make my head tingle. Okay. So in this meditation, they're going to ask that kind of thing, like, how can you show me that you're here? What do I need to know? Maybe you'll get words, maybe you'll get a picture, maybe you'll get a feeling or a deep knowing. Okay, that's your intuition. That's them talking to you. And you might get signs and symbols that appear either in your dreams or in life. Say if you keep seeing the same, I always use this example, the same bluebird, and that bluebird keeps showing up in the same spot, take that as a sign. Sit down, meditate, ask what the message is. You can also, good old Google, you can look up the meaning of a bluebird, which might start you in the right direction of understanding why you're seeing it. Okay? In my course that I teach, Awaken Your Creative Spirit, that's what we do when we do our paintings, like the painting behind me over here. I'll tell you, right there is the humpback whales, and that was a sign to me. And I started doing the painting with my students. They each had their own sign, so we didn't all do the humpback whale. Whatever sign came to them, and I taught them this layering effect, this layering technique of painting, and then on the last layer, you put your animal. So hard, this thing is backwards. So you put your animal. So mine are humpback whales. And anyway, that's really something to do. Now, how do your spirit guides help? Your guides offer wisdom and transcend worldly concerns, focusing on your spiritual growth. That's what they love you unconditionally. Let me say that right now, because they love you so much. And they are there for your spiritual growth and to help guide you through life, whether you're, totally awake and are getting symbols, or if you're just starting out, they're there. Okay. I just want you to know that, and they love you so much. So, for example, if you seek guidance about a relationship, they might highlight a lesson, growth opportunities, or deeper purpose of the connection, rather than just surface level issues. So like if you're with someone and there's so much love, but then there's this tension, like, I love them so much. Why are we not getting along? There's a lesson in that, right? My husband that I have right now, we've been married for 28 years, but my first husband was not super great. It was just not a very good match, and I was so deeply in love with them. And when we split up and I met my current husband, I'm like, okay, I see that I needed to split from that man because there was something new coming into my life. And the interesting thing is, I never ever regret the marriage that I had to him, because I have my amazing son from my first marriage. So I don't regret a single minute. It was a learning process, and I got my beautiful child out of it. And, that's how you can look back on things that didn't make sense when they were happening. Sometimes you won't get the answer right then and there. Sometimes you have to, some time will go by, and then you'll start to understand why you went through that. It's important. It's a little tough because I always want to know why. But I have been told over and over I need to have deep trust and blind faith. The answers will come when I'm supposed to get them. Okay? So let's go on to the angels. Angels are universal messengers of love. Angels are revered across spiritual traditions as divine helpers. St. Augustine once said, "Make friends with angels." These celestial beings respond to our call for help with unconditional love and transcend time and space. Now, what I have learned about angels is that you do need to invite them to intervene in your life, to come into your life. They are always there, but they won't intervene unless invited. Does that make sense? Say, angels, I love you, I trust you. Can you please help be in my life, be with me, help me to heal, help me to make through whatever I need to make it through. But generally, they're just there, and they'll come in like an emergency situation, but if you don't invite them in and start talking to them, they just kind of are there, and they can give so much if you let them in and invite them in. Okay, so that is my message for you guys, and it's the best thing that I could say at this moment is the guides and the angels love you unconditionally. No matter what you think about yourself, which you need to start loving yourself if you're not, they still love you. You make mistakes, they still love you. Okay? So I love you all. Go to my website if you want to work with me or want to get a reading. And until next week, I will see you then.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, how you going? I'm Katie and this is Love Life. How's everyone feeling after the beautiful energy of this strawberry full moon? It's been amazing. I really feel a shift in alignment with things. This time 12 months ago, I did a fire manifestation with some beautiful friends of mine. And I got to say, for those people who think witchcraft is just hocus pocus fairy, it's not, because I can tell you now, the 3 things that I affirmed on that night and wrote down what it was, and we burnt them. We put our affirmations, we call them, well, you could say wishes, I suppose, but when you confirm I am, it really manifests. And I've got to say, 2 of them have happened. 2 of them have come true within 6 months. And then there's one more thing that's yet to happen, but that's okay. It hasn't happened yet. It's not to say it won't. But this morning, this is beautiful. Like, people often say that birds are spirit messages, okay, or message bringers. I was sitting outside this morning and having my cup of coffee, and this beautiful cockatoo, he was huge, he was so handsome, he came and sat on my fence, and he sat there squawking like, notice me, he was saying, notice me. And this went on for a good 5 minutes, and then I thought, okay, I should get my phone out and start filming this, because lots of little synchronicities have been happening for me lately. And I thought, he's special, he was just beautiful. And as soon as I started filming, he flew off, but that's okay. But then the same woman who I did the manifestation with last year, she commented and she said, oh, he's there, he's a messenger. And it just brought up this whole beautiful big conversation on how birds have been messages for me in particular in the past, and I'm sure for lots of other people. They're a sign. They're one of the signs that you see when a loved one on the other side might be trying to send you a little hello message or something like that. And you know, it's just quite magical. And if you really open your eyes and be aware of these signs, it just goes to show that we're all mediums. We're all in tune. We're all in touch with this nature, and we all have the ability to feel and connect with those that have crossed over into the other realm. It's just about opening yourself up to it and trusting as well. So on that note, I'm going to do a collective message with the Crow Tarot today. It felt really relevant to use these cards today, this deck. And just a couple of crows came into my yard not long after my father passed. And given that I saw the cockatoo this morning, I'm still not quite sure what his message was to me. Hi, Tracy. I'll be with you in just a moment. I'm just going to quickly pull a card for the collective message, and then I'll get into your reading. So I'm still not sure what the message was, but I'll tap into that when I get a chance. Okay, here we go. Collective message for today. We've got the Two of Pentacles. This is great. This is about finding balance with things, you know, juggling along with career-related stuff, home-related stuff. There could be a couple of options on the table there for you, but it's all about your ability to roll along, multitask. It's a good one for women, this card. Not to say men can't multitask, of course not. But then it's also a little gentle reminder to prioritize, okay, and to remember what, you know, which one are you going to really focus your energy on, because at some point eventually you might drop one of those balls. It's not to say you will, but because at the moment things are juggling along just fine, but it's about finding that focus point, I guess. Okay, so Tracy, are you still with me, sweetheart?
Yes, I am.
You are. I just had a card fly out as you answered me, and I got the moon. And it's just been a beautiful full moon, Tracy, the strawberry moon in Sagittarius. So I wonder if that card's applicable to you. I'll leave it there. And how are you? What can I do for you this evening?
I'm good. I'm just wondering what maybe you have for a reading.
What message I could bring through for a reading, did you say? Sorry?
Just for a general reading.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever
No
comes.
Well, the moon just flew out, Tracy, and look, this is beautiful. I love the moon. The moon, I'm just putting my speakers in so I can hear you clearly. Look, I really often want to look at the images sometimes because things will stand out rather than what the traditional meaning is. And what I'm getting from this, it's a time for you, Tracy, where perhaps a lot of things that have been going on for you that have been suppressed, I guess, sometimes painful things, but also memories, but usually lessons that have helped you to grow, are sort of coming to the surface now. And that could include things like you might be facing some insecurities or fears or things that have sort of held you back for a long time. And now it's almost like you're just rising like the phoenix and coming through that. And I see the crow in the moon there. She's just, you know, the starting out from being this small crow there, in the shadow in the moon is huge, and she's really ascending. And it's just beautiful. These cards, I get shivers when I read with these cards. So that's a biggie. And that indicates to me, Tracy, there's lots of things about to shift in your life, okay? And it's like you're coming into alignment now with how things are sort of, how the universe is it's sort of a bit like fate, okay? So let me just focus and see what else comes out for you. And
okay,
we can hone in on that, and feel free to jump in at any time and ask me a question. Okay. Wow, we've got strength, we've got the Seven of Swords, and we've got the Queen of Wands, okay? The strength is another big card. Strength is huge. Oh, look, the star actually flew out as well. That came out under the Queen of Wands. So you've got three big Arcana cards, okay, Tracy? Again, that would back up what I was saying before about this is big life-changing stuff, okay, for you. And the Strength card shows it is recognising the pain, the difficult times that you've been through and possibly still are going through. You know, transformation's never easy. It's always quite painful, but it's always for the best, on a soul level anyway. But you are so strong. You are extremely strong. This is the strength card to remind you how strong you are, and that you've been able to dig deep and find that endurance to push on and to find that balance, even though it might feel like you're going to crack it at any time and really rip someone's head off. You don't. You find that kind of ability to emotionally regulate. Do you happen to be a fire sign, which is Saggy, Leo, or Aries?
No.
No, that's okay,
I'm a
because
Cancer.
the Cancer. That's, well, guess what? The moon rules Cancer. So that's why that came out. But the reason I asked is because you've got quite a sort of fiery energy in the cards that are coming through, like with the Queen of Wands. She came out as well. She's all about inspiration, finding that spark of hope again to follow your passions, and particularly to do with things like confidence, artistic expression, passion in relationships and things like that. With the Strength card, this would indicate that you've been let down a lot in your romantic life. You don't have to confirm or deny, because I'm aware that these are public. But the thing is, there's so much healing going on here because you've been betrayed. Look, the Seven of Swords is here. The Seven of Swords is something, that it can indicate people stealing from you. It can indicate people being dishonest and all that, a bit of selfish behaviour. But often I just get the general vibe that this just means that you couldn't trust somebody, and there was valid reason for you not to be able to trust somebody, because they were all very much about themselves. And it's a very painful lesson, because you want to sort of see the best in people and whatnot. So the cards in a nutshell are indicating that you've had some difficult times in relationships, past or present. Now that you, with the moon being here, and especially with you being a Cancer, this is really ruling at a point in your life now where you're healing. Okay, Tracy, you're going to heal. The stars here, and that's encouraging you to remember those little hopes and dreams that you had as a little girl, and aspirations, and now it's all coming into a point of alignment for you to start to manifest that. Okay. I've got the Two of Cups here, all right? Do you mind if I ask, the Two of Cups means beautiful flow and reciprocal energy in relationships. So do you mind if I ask, are you currently single, or are you in a relationship or situationship? You're married? Well, guess what? Well, if you're married, okay, this would signify to me that there's about to be some really beautiful reciprocal flow of energy here, okay? Where there could be a lot of healing from past things that have happened, all right, or a deepening of commitment. The other thing it can mean, which I'm not getting because there's no threes around it, it can mean a new relationship, but I'm not so much getting that. The High Priestess is here. Okay, so she's asking you to trust your intuition, all right? If there have been trust issues in the past with the Seven of Swords there, you were right to distrust things, okay? Because something had happened, or I'm not saying with your current husband, but something has happened in your past with relationships that you couldn't trust, and the High Priestess is here affirming that your gut feeling was spot on, okay? There's the Queen of Swords here as well. There's two queens here. So, again, you don't have to confirm or deny. Is something from the past, either a past relationship or current, was someone unfaithful? You don't have to say yes or no, but you could just say, look, right. The cards are picking up on that, because there's two queens here, and that normally means there's two women in this person's life, okay? That is now over, okay? The world is here to signify that is done and dusted. That was a lesson to be learned, okay? And it's kind of like a joyful completion, because this person learned their lesson from this. Now, look, I've just been given 60 seconds. I'm so sorry, I can't go much deeper. But look, the Magician's here, and the King of Swords is here. Tracy, you have got the ability to manifest exactly what you want, okay? If that's healing in your relationship, or if that's to trust that you've healed from these past lessons, you absolutely can do that with this full moon energy. Like I said, normally full moons are about banishing stuff, but and transforming, but this is really about manifesting it. So you tap into your magic, darling, and write down all the things that you want, okay? Because the sky's the limit. And burn them and blow the ashes to the universe. I do see beautiful positive communication and improvement in your relationships. Okay, I hope that made sense for you. I'm sorry I can't unpack that deeper for you, but you take care, and thanks for calling. As for everyone else, I'll see you same time next week. Cheers and blessed be.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who may not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a Reiki master. I am a shamanic energy healer. I am a pranic energy healer. I am a life coach and a hypnotherapist. So I got lots of different skills and lots of experience to help you kind of change your life, do whatever you need to get you going. You can check me out on my website at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also check me out on Facebook, which is my Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. On Instagram, I am at Angel Margaret P. And on TikTok, I am at Angel Margaret P with the number 8 after it. So that's where all the cool stuff is, where you can find me. Also, just to let you know, some upcoming events every Tuesday at 4:30. I am here with A1R Psychic Radio doing Angelic Insights and Healing. This Saturday, I am so excited. I cannot believe it's almost here already. We are doing Angels and Energy, a mini retreat for your soul. We still have a couple of spaces left for that. So if you would like to go to that mini retreat for Saturday and you have not signed up yet, please send me a message, shoot me a text, sign up now. I don't know how long these last few spots are going to stay. Again, is this Saturday. It starts at 2:30 and goes until 7 p.m. You will get 3 fantastic workshops. We are doing Lena Chiro will be doing EFT, which is tapping, the emotional freedom technique for people and animals. We will be doing the meditation on the twin hearts led by Pat Gaffney from Bucks County Pranic Healing. And I will be leading a meditation on meeting your healing angel at this time. In addition to that mini retreat, you get 3 services as well. You get a reading from me, whether it be a mediumship mediumship reading or an angel card reading. You also get a mini pranic healing energy session with Pat. And Lena will either give you some NLP, neuro linguistic programming techniques to kind of help you tweak a little bit, whatever needs to be tweaking. Or if you have an animal and you would like Lena to read your pet, you can do that as well. So it's going to be a great workshop. Again, that is this Saturday from 2:30 p.m. to 7. Shoot me a message if you want to sign up. Next 2 weeks from now, on June 28th, my friend Allison Sahu will be teaching basic pranic healing class. That's going to be an amazing class, guys. If you are interested in energy healing, maybe you're already an energy healer of some type, and maybe you don't know what this energy healing stuff is. What is all this about? Come and take Allison's basic class. It is a fantastic class. I will tell you, the investment you make is like minor compared to all the amazing information you will be given. It almost feels like you know, she backs this big old dump truck of information up and gives it to you when she teaches her class. All kinds of great stuff there. Again, that is at the Waken Center on June 28th and 29th. That's the basic pranic healing class. And I do believe we have a caller on the line. Brenda from Silver Springs. How are you today, Brenda?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank
I'm
you. How
excited,
can I help
actually.
you today? Good.
I don't know. I told you were giving readings. I'm just trying to see if I can get one. Maybe I don't know. Whatever kind of thing you got to see for me, just shoot it out. Because I need some good news.
Okay, well, let's pull some cards and let's see what the angels want you to know. Then let's get you some good news.
All right. Yes, I would need some good, I need good news.
And your positivity, I can tell you that's going to get you good news coming before you even start. So,
oh, thank you. That's awesome.
So, this is fantastic. So, your first card that comes up is Rochelle. And Rochelle comes and she tells you that as you follow your dreams, as you follow your heart, prosperity is coming. So, kind of try to tell the logical brain to kind of like quiet down for a little bit and just, you know, let your faith kind of buoy you up and know that God's not going to drop you. Know that good things are coming. Know the finances will loosen up a little bit. But you have to, again, follow your heart. So like when that, you know, logical brain starts saying, well, you know, that might be a little too crazy for you to make enough money at. Tell it to be quiet. Tell it to calm down. Tell it faith has this. God's got me. It's all good. Because if we're not careful, we can very quickly let the logical part of our brain talk us out of the spirit part. Because spirit takes care of us. Logic sometimes, not always.
Can I ask you a question about that?
You sure can. Please do.
I had a dream about a few days ago, actually, about this is unbelievable. I always want to throw it out there because that card just made me like, holy crap. Okay, so I had a dream that I was told like to go on June 28th to this one particular store and buy 4 $50 lottery tickets, which I've never done in my life, by the way. I've never spent $50 on a lottery ticket in my life. And I was going to win $1 million. Now, is that my logic? Is that like, and I had a fever at the time. So I don't know if it was part of that but I was having all kind of crazy dreams with that. So I don't know if that one was that or what, but I'm like, that card just freaked me out just for a minute.
Well, so there's some good stuff here and some good reasons to be freaking out. So I pulled a couple other cards for you as well. The next card that came up is Azure, and Azure comes when you're flying high and you're doing good, but people have a tendency to maybe get a little jealous of how good you're doing. So be mindful of that. You've got like some spiritual stuff. You got some stuff people around you don't understand. They don't have to understand it. You understand it. That's all that matters.
Right.
So as far as, you know, the lottery tickets, I don't advise against for that one. May possibly been some fever stuff, but I think it's also got there is some premonition, some message in there for you too. I don't think you should go out and do, the $50 worth of lottery tickets. However, you said on June 28th, okay? So in angel numbers, the number 28 means that money comes to you as you keep the faith that you, your loved ones, and your beautiful life purpose are fully supported.
Oh, wow.
So the 28th of June is actually a special money day for you, So as you, again, like I said, Rochelle's coming. She says, do what your heart is telling you to do. As you do what your heart's telling you to do, the finances will ease up. Just have faith, the 28, have faith. The money's coming. This is all good stuff, You've got a sword telling you, that good stuff is coming. You're going to have people jealous from you in a couple of weeks, They're going to be like, how the heck did she manage?
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm like, I can feel that. I'm like, I can feel that too. Because I'm like, right now, I'm in like a limbo kind of period, you know what I mean? And and I know I got this like anticipation, I guess that's the word. I got this anticipation that something good is about to like explode in my life. I don't even know when or how.
Stay in that energy. Yeah, and stay in that energy. If you find yourself like getting down a little bit, try to find that next good thought. Try to think about, when you start to get down from the energy you're at now, try to find that next good feeling thought to help you get back up and stay back up. Because as we're grateful, as we stay in a positive mood, we attract more blessings. We attract more things to be grateful for.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so you got like really great stuff coming up.
Yay!
Just
the 28th
make
looks like it's gonna come
again, yes, and make sure again that you're following your heart. Tell the logic part of your mind to just be quiet for a little bit.
I don't have a logical part of my mind. I don't listen to it. I never listened to that anyway, so it doesn't matter, even if I did. And nothing logical. I'm a Libra. Everything, I go full out. Doesn't matter, But balance. I don't. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I hope the reading was helpful for you today, Brenda.
It was. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, and feel free to join my Facebook group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, on Facebook there, and follow me on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us.
Okay, I think I already am, actually.
All right, cool. All right, well, I will see you around, and you have an awesome day, and have a fantastic June 28th, Brenda.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So again, guys, you can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us. You can find me at Instagram at Angel Margaret P. You can find me on TikTok at Angel Margaret P with the number 8 after it. Lots of awesome stuff coming up. Again, this Saturday, the 21st, there are still a few spots left for the Angels and Energy Mini Retreat for Your Soul. Message me if you want more information about that. June 28th, Allison Sahu will be teaching basic pranic healing at the Awaken Center in Plymouth meeting. You can check out Bucks County Pranic Healing for more information on that, or you can also, check out different things on my page on Facebook. Talk about pranic healing all the time. There's links in there. You can click on that and find all that too. And again, every Tuesday, I am here at 4:30 on A1R Psychic Radio Station. So I hope you guys all have a great day. I am available as well if you are not local to the Philadelphia area. I do readings and healings by Zoom remotely. So, just send me a message. Let's get you some help. Let's get you moving forward. I hope you all have a fantastic week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for an offering of light with Robin Cheney. Robin Cheney. Live from RobinCheney.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is an offering of light on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi. Welcome everybody to an offering of light. I'm so excited you're here. It's my second time, so please still be gentle with me as I learn the ropes. As always, I am here to help, and I think the best way I can help tonight is if I do kind of like what I did last week. I will be doing an offering to the collective and to the groups, and so whoever wants to receive light, I'm just going to send light and they can receive it. And of course, if I get any information, I will voice it for you. A couple things before we start. I will be doing a live group event. You can go to my website at robincheney.com and sign up for it. It's $25 plus fees. And I'll be doing collective light, but I'll also be interacting with people. And so I'll be reading as many people as I can within the allotted time. And I get a lot of good feedback from that. So if you're interested in more personal experience, please join me there. I also do personal readings. You can go to robincheney.com and see all about my one-on-one sessions. Or if you have other needs, please reach out to me through there, or robin@robincheney.com. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. And I'm just going to do light for the collective and bring forward any information that I get. So if everybody wants to go ahead and get comfortable position. On the count of 3, we're going to take a deep breath in. So 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. And let's do that one more time. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. All right. If y'all hear any chewing or barking, it's my dog. I gave her a treat so she would be occupied, and she is going to town on it. So if you hear any of those noises, it is my dog. Okay, here we go. Okay, I think I know who this is. My right thumb is feeling funny. If my neighbor is on tonight, this is for you, I believe. Oh my goodness, on so many levels. Okay, I just want to say that if this is for my neighbor, which I believe it is, your thumb, but there's also a lot of other things going on that the light wants to address, but it's also going to address the thumb. So here we go. And if you are not familiar with my work, this light is running for everybody that's allowing it, that has accepted it. And if you want it to work on something specific, please give it an intention and it will work on that. Otherwise, it's going to go to whatever it feels is most important, okay? Like for instance, my neighbor who has a horribly painful thumb, but it's only doing a little work on her thumb. It's more concerned with her thought patterns. It's more concerned with her heart, and it's more concerned with how she feels about herself. And for her to stand up and to set boundaries in her life. Loving yourself enough to tell somebody no because you don't have the capacity is good. It's okay. It's okay. Because if you're saying yes to somebody, you're saying no to yourself in that case, if you don't want to do it, right? So, and there are a myriad of books out there that address that. And Tawanda, oh my goodness, I haven't looked at her name in a long time. But Tawaba, that's her name. She's amazing. Her book is beautiful. And I have forgotten the name of it because it's been so long since I read it. But she's amazing. I think it's Tawaba Knob. I'm probably murdering her name, and I'm so sorry. I'll just go back to running light because that I can do. Actually, it feels like her father is wants to give her some messages. So I really hope she's on tonight. She lives right above me, so if she is listening, stop twice so I know, so I can hear you. But her father doesn't want her to choose the same paths he did. He wants her to experience life, to live life, to thrive. There's so much to live. There's so much to experience. There's so much to do. And when you get stuck in that negative thought pattern, those negative thought patterns and cycles, it does not help. It doesn't help. It doesn't give you an inspiring life. When you're waiting for your lucky day, that's no way to live, right? So this light is for you, to help you see the light in life instead of the doom and the gloom and getting caught in other people's situations. Those aren't yours. Make your own situations. When other situations get intense, step back. Just step out because it's not yours. I hope everybody's enjoying this light. It's so weird not to have feedback. I am so excited to bring this to everybody and on the replays as well. So if you're here tonight, I believe they post, I saw it on YouTube last week. I was like, oh, there we are. So I think it's posted the next day, but don't quote me on that. And you can watch it on YouTube. So, and you can feel the light, the healing during the replay as well. Okay? So keep replaying it until you get the solace you are looking for. And this is interesting. I'm gonna do some light now, but also specifically for the replay. So it'll be more intense than it normally would be. And this feels so cool because I'm in different dimensions. Oh, man, this is really cool. Sorry. So if anybody is a healer like me and they can experience multiple dimensions at once, it's just fun, right? It's just fun. Because your brain is kind of split. And you can split so many times once you learn how to do it. Oh, it's so fun. Oh, all right, we're going to do a little exercise. And I want to make sure we get some light on her thumb. there are things I know that she's been recommended to do some stuff by her doctors, and there are there are alternative healings available if she's open to those. If not, go with what is recommended by the doctors, obviously, but know that there's also alternative healing available. Okay. Now let's do an exercise, everybody. We're just going to work on that third eye. Okay, so everybody, go ahead and get in a relaxing position as you are. And I'm just feeling everybody right now. And we're going to do a deep breath in on the count of 3. So 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. Release. Okay. Now everybody bring their attention to their third eye. Most people's third eye is right between the brows and up a little. They can be in different location, but in the same area. Here we go. Now I'm going to bring my attention to everybody's third eye. And this is really cool because there's a couple of people, well, there's people here now, and there's people here in the future. And so I'm splitting, and this is really cool. So I'm splitting so I can get everybody. So my attention is on everybody's third eye. Okay, and now I'm going to run light through your third eye. Ooh. People who are sensitive will be able to feel this. And don't worry if you don't feel anything. Some people don't. It's all right. It doesn't mean the healing is not happening, okay? We want to work on discernment and awareness, right? Discernment without judgment. That's how we protect ourselves, by giving us grace and giving the others compassion, right? You just discern. This also helps us see metaphysically. So for those who do that, this should expand that. And again, we're here and in the future. This is really cool because it's like people will watch it at different times, and so it's like so many different futures. Oh, this feels like really cool. If anybody watches The Big Bang Theory, do you know when Sheldon went as the Doppler, I think it was the Doppler effect? It was like, sorry, I'm cracking myself up, but it's kind of like that. It's like in like multiple dimensions, which is so cool.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live for BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, live from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm very passionate about helping parents to custom design their approach to parenting based on their child's natal chart. If you'd like to work with me, please visit my website, brandycon.com, for more information. Now, in today's show, we've got some really good things lined up. Last week, I mentioned children who have memories of past lives. So that's what we will be exploring today. And then after we talk about that for a bit, I will give you the transits coming up for this week. And heads up, this is a very energetically charged week. So you'll want to stick around to hear about how you can use the energy to your advantage. Now, let's begin with this fascinating topic about children who remember past lives. So whether you are a deeply spiritual person, or maybe you're just curiously skeptical, or maybe you're somewhere in between, stories of children who recall previous lifetimes raises questions that really stretch the boundaries of psychology, of spirituality, and parenting. So today I'm going to share the real life stories of two children who stunned their families with vivid, verifiable details of past lives. And also I'll be sharing what we as parents can learn from these moments of mystery. So let's begin with the idea itself. In many spiritual traditions, from Hinduism, Buddhism, to some indigenous traditions and mystical Christian perspectives, it's believed that the soul incarnates again and again for the purpose of learning through each lifetime. And sometimes, especially in early childhood, that's when the veil between the worlds is still quite thin. Children can still retain memories, phobias, talents, or even accents and languages from previous lifetimes. And that's because their memories have not yet been shaped or erased by social conditioning or logic. Now, sometimes, children will make statements about past lives that can be surprisingly detailed. And from an astrological perspective, let's just talk about the astrology, how astrology comes in here. This really makes sense because in the natal chart, we have what's known as the South Node. And the South Node is the point that gives clues about the previous lifetime or soul patterns that we are bringing into this lifetime from other lifetimes that we've lived before. So what happens when a child actually remembers? How does it show up? How does it manifest? So memories can show up in different ways. The first way is through nightmares or recurring dreams with the same theme. Or maybe they make spontaneous statements like, when I was big, or when I was with my other family, or when I was with my other mommy and daddy. They also might have unusual knowledge of people, places, or skills. Or they may have a phobia with no known cause. Or they could have a deep emotional connection to a certain time period or culture. Now, in most cases, when this happens, children will start talking about their past life memories when they're just toddlers. usually between the ages of 2 and 4. And those memories tend to fade by the time they're around 6 or 7. About 75% of these children that have these memories, they describe how they died in a past life. And most of those deaths, around 70%, were sudden or traumatic. Now, in numerous cases, a child's statements align closely with the life and death details of a specific deceased individual. So some children have birthmarks or physical anomalies that match injuries or scars from the person that they are describing, often confirmed through post-mortem reports. And skeptics, I know skeptics might say, oh, this is all made up. This is all make-believe. Maybe the parents are pushing this story for attention, or maybe this child just has a really vivid imagination. But here's the thing. None of these explanations fully hold up when you look closely at the research. Some of these children know details, very, very specific details that they simply could not have known any other way. The Division of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia is the only academic institution dedicated to researching this phenomenon. It's founded by Dr. Ian Stevenson in 1967. The program is now led by Dr. Jim Tucker and his research team. And over the past 50 years, they've examined more than 2,500 documented cases of children who report past life memories. So just to show you what I mean, here's one especially powerful case. So our first story comes from the United States, and it's one of the most well-documented cases in modern times of James Leininger. James is a young boy who remembered being a fighter pilot in World War II. So at just 2 years old, James began having recurring nightmares of a plane crash. And he'd wake up screaming, airplane crash, plane on fire, little man can't get out. And his parents, Bruce and Andrea, were baffled because he kept telling them that his plane was shot down. And when his father asked him, who shot down your plane? James told him it was the Japanese. And soon James began naming details such as a Corsair plane and a ship called the Natoma. And his parents were initially skeptical, but they started researching and they found a ship called the USS Natoma Bay, which indeed had fought in the Pacific during World War II. And guess what? There was a pilot named James Houston Jr. from that ship who died in combat. And everything that young James Leininger, was saying matched up with Houston's life and death. James's parents even spoke about how when he was younger, he had 3 G.I. Joe figurines, and he named them Billy, Walter, and Leo. And his parents asked him why he picked those names, and he told them because those were the 3 people who met him when he died and went to heaven. So after researching the names, it was discovered that James Houston, the fighter pilot, actually did have 3 friends who died in combat before him with those exact names. Now, over a period of time, James's memories began to fade, but his story left a really deep impression, not just on his family, but on researchers of consciousness around the world. So what can we learn from James's story as parents? Well, first, listen when it sounds strange. So if your child says something strange, just take a moment and listen, and don't rush to label it as just imagination, trauma, or fantasy. We really want to trust the inner experience that our children are having, okay? Now, here's another remarkable story of another child who remembered a past life with stunning clarity. So this is the story of Luke, also a boy from the United States. He actually grew up in Ohio. And at the time of, that this began, he was just 2 years old. And when he was 2, he began sharing memories that had nothing to do with his current life, but everything to do with a woman named Pam. So I know that this sounds unusual, but stick with me here, okay? So it started with really small, seemingly innocent statements. One day while looking up at an airplane in the sky, Luke turned to his mother and said, "I used to be a girl. I used to have black hair. I used to be Pam, but then I died." And understandably, his mom was really confused. And she thought, who's Pam? And where did he even hear that name? But Luke seemed certain. Over time, he shared more. He shared that Pam lived in a big city. She wore earrings all the time. She had brown skin. He died suddenly, he said, after jumping from a burning building. Now, Luke's family was absolutely floored. Because not only was this kid consistent, but he never changed the details, even months apart. But his stories were very, very emotionally charged. And that's one of the characteristics of past life memories is there's this emotional charge to the memory. And with Luke, there was no sense of pretend. There was just a solemn knowing. So his parents were skeptical, just like James's parents were skeptical, but they were also curious. So they did some digging and they searched records and they found something chilling. There was, in fact, a woman named Pamela Robinson who died in 1993 at the fire at the Paxton Hotel in Chicago. She had brown skin, just as Luke had said. She wore big earrings, and she had jumped from a burning building. But here's what really caught their attention. They showed Luke a photo lineup of various women, and without hesitation, Luke pointed to Pam and said, "That's me. That's me. I found me." Now, let's just pause here for just a second. We've got a 2-year-old boy with no connection to Chicago identifying as an African-American woman who died tragically in a fire and using the words, "That's me." Well, eventually Luke stopped talking about Pam. And many children, this is normal for many children with past life memories. As their brains develop and they ground more fully into the current incarnation, these memories often begin to fade. But what never fades is the mark these early stories leave behind and the way that they shape how we see childhood, memory, and the soul. So what can we learn from Luke? Again, first, always listen. If your child shares something unusual, don't panic. Just listen with your heart. Second, write it down. You never know what patterns might emerge later. And third, honor the emotion, even if the story feels impossible. Whether or not you believe in reincarnation, the emotional reality of a child is always valid. Because here at Stellar Parenting, I'm trying to teach you and share with you that we're not just raising children. We're walking beside ancient souls on a brand new journey. And I'd love to hear from you listeners if anyone has had a similar experience with one of their children, or you've had a similar experience with one of your children. Please find me on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok and let me know. Send me a message. I'm so interested to hear from you. And next week, we will be talking about star seeds and children who are star seeds and how you as a parent, if you do have a child who identifies as a star seed, how you can best support them on their journey. So let's move to our transits for this week, and this will be June 9th through the 15th. And every week on this show, I take a few moments to talk about the current astrological transits. And it's not because the planets control us, okay? But it's because the energy of the planets is reflected within each and every one of us. And the transits offer us a cosmic weather report so that we can navigate life with more clarity, more compassion, and more conscious intention. And this way, we're not just coping with the energy, we're actually using it to co create our lives, to co create our experiences. So, understanding the week's energy allows us to align with the energy instead of resisting it, and to move with the current instead of against it. And it's all about choosing the highest frequency available to each and every one of us in every moment. And that's what I call stellar alignment. This is how we reach our highest self. This is how we reach our highest timeline, and we raise children connected to their higher selves as well. So let's take a look at what this week has in store for us and how we can meet it with intention, grace, and the alignment of our soul. So we're going to backtrack for just a moment because there was a significant event yesterday, Monday, June 9th. The planet Jupiter moved into the water sign of Cancer for the next year. This is highly significant because Jupiter represents growth, abundance, expansion, wisdom, good fortune, morality, faith, and the law. And Cancer is the water sign associated with the emotions, with home and family and past memories and maternal figures. So Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer is going to be particularly a significant event for those of you with your sun or moon in the sign of Cancer, or for those of you who have Cancer on your ascendant or you're a Cancer rising. It's going to be huge for you. So as Jupiter moves into Cancer, we will be connecting more deeply to family, to inner security, and the places or the people that feel most like home to us. And themes around parenting, caregiving, and emotional safety will really take center stage and invite us to cultivate a deeper sense of empathy. And what I want you to do, I want each and every one of you to look at your natal chart and see which area of your chart is in the sign of Cancer, because that's the area that's going to experience the expansion of Jupiter. So, for example, if you have Cancer in the 10th house, the 10th house is the house of career, public reputation, success and achievement, public success and achievement. So with Jupiter moving into your 10th house, you could have an absolute glow up when it comes to your career, or when it comes to success, achievement, or your public reputation. So it's pivotal that you know where Jupiter is in your chart so that you know exactly where this good luck and opportunity will meet you. Also, I want each and every one of you, I want you to think back to 2013. So think back to 12 years ago, July of 2013 through July of 2014. It's the last time Jupiter was in Cancer. So what was going on in your life during that time? Because similar themes could be coming up for you again over the next year, the same ones that you faced around mid 2013 to middle of 2014. Home renovations, family healing, or even fertility and adoption matters may come into focus. And spiritually, Jupiter in Cancer supports intuitive expansion and the kind of inner growth that happens when we're in a place where we feel safe enough to heal. But Jupiter's expansive nature can also magnify Cancer's shadow side. So there could be overdependence, a fear of abandonment, or clinging to the past with this placement as well. The key here is to expand your emotional capacity without being overwhelmed by it. Now, on Monday, June 9th, last night, did any of you have vivid dreams? Really vivid, super vivid dreams? because last night we had Mercury 2 degrees of Cancer squaring Neptune 2 degrees of Aries, and you may still be feeling this right now. So Mercury rules the mind, details, and thoughts, and Neptune governs dreams, intuition, and the unseen realm. And when these two are at odds, because this is a square, it can lead to confusion, misunderstanding, and miscommunication. So today, I want you to make sure that you formulate what you say to others in a very precise way in order to avoid any form of misrepresentation or distortion of the truth. Because any tendency right now to mislead or hide the truth can lead to an unpleasant situation. So also be careful in any kind of negotiation or business meetings, because you could be the victim of misrepresentation if the energy goes the wrong way. But on the lighter side, this transit really opens the door to heightened imagination, spiritual downloads, and intuitive insights if you slow down and really tune in. Tomorrow, June 11th, Mercury at 5 degrees of Cancer will sextile Venus at 5 degrees of Taurus. So this is a gentle, harmonious transit that really enhances communication with warmth, charm, and diplomacy. Mercury governs our thoughts and words, while Venus rules love, beauty, and connection. So when they form this supportive sextile, conversations tend to flow much easier. And we become more attuned to the feelings of others. 8 degrees of Leo that will be squaring Uranus at 28 degrees of Taurus. So Mars is the planet of action, energy, and drive. And Uranus adds an element of the unexpected to the mix. So Uranus is all about freedom, independence, no restrictions, rebellion, revolution. Okay, these are themes of Uranus. So this transit, whenever we see it, it really represents a time of restlessness and impulsiveness. And it will be easier to feel more frustrated than usual because we might have the tendency to interpret things as a threat to our ego. Now, also, again, I'm going to bring up current events here in the US because there are protests and the National Guard has been deployed, and now Marines have been deployed to the city of Los Angeles. And I know that there are supposed to be some protests that are continuing this weekend. And this is when the energy of this transit is going to hit. All right. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Okay. A lot of Mars, Uranus energy, a lot of restlessness, and a lot of impulsiveness. Now, during this time, you might feel an urgent need to break free from restrictions, whether that's in relationships or your routines or from authority structures. And this could manifest on an individual level as impulsive decisions, reckless behavior, or sudden changes in direction. Now, this transit on the lower side can also coincide with accidents or mechanical failures, especially if you're acting without thinking, without presence, or you're pushing your physical limits. So if you're behind the wheel, if you are operating heavy machinery, I want your mind focused on what you're doing. I want you to be fully present, especially for the rest of this week through the weekend, through Monday, Tuesday of next week, okay? Be very present, be mindful around vehicles, around machinery, or while engaging in risky activities. And if I'm speaking to any people that may be protesting this weekend, keep a level head, keep a cool head. This energy of Mars and Uranus, like I mentioned, will be stir up a lot of restlessness and impulsiveness and pushing back against authority figures, okay? So we want to make sure that we're using this energy in a responsible way and for its highest good. So that wraps up our show for today. And next week, again, like I mentioned earlier, we will be diving into starseeds and children who are starseeds, and what does being a starseed, what does that mean? How does it show up? And if you have a child that is a starseed, how you can best support them. So, like I always like to remind you, the stars may guide us, but we hold the ultimate power to shape our destiny. So use this power consciously, and I hope you have an amazing week. See you here next week.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in chilly Australia at the moment. We're in the midst of winter and it's freezing and I'm not particularly liking it. I'm more of a summer baby, so I'm jealous and envious of all those people that have got beautiful sunshine. You can get out and enjoy the summery weather. It doesn't last that long, does it? So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Wheel of Fortune. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is one of those sort of very ambiguous sort of cards. People sort of look at this and they say, oh, great, my luck's changing. Well, yes, it can be your luck changing, but it's also elevation of money. And couldn't we all do with some of that at the moment? A little bit more money in the coffers would be really sort of nice at the moment. It can sometimes mean overseas trip. Not always when this card comes out does it mean you're hopping on a plane and going overseas. More importantly, it usually means completion phases. So if this card comes out in a reading and you've been working on something for some time, it's sort of saying things are coming to a close, that you've really done the hard yards on the situation. Everything now is, gone round in circles. It's done its full circle. It's time now to bring it to a completion. And I think that's really important. It's nice to sort of sometimes have the knowledge to know that all the hard work that we've done, the effort that we've put in over some months or even years sometimes, is now coming to a close, and we're now bringing it to a close in the most positive of lights. Let's hope we get a little bit of elevation of money as well. That'd be really nice. I know lots of people are struggling around the world at the moment with, economic downturns and wars and all these sort of things that contribute to our economies. And it does make it a little bit tough sometimes to really make your money stretch far enough to be able to complete the things that you need to do in a week, let alone have a little luxury here and now. But this is a positive card. It does mean elevation of money. But more importantly, as I said, completion phases, things that we've been working on for a very long time are now drawing to a close. And I think that's a really positive message to send this week, considering what's going on around the world. Wouldn't it be nice to see a completion to the end of fighting in Iran? But anyway, let's move on to the more positive stuff of the show, which is the astrology section. Look, each week I get lots of inbox messages from people saying that they really find this segment really helpful, that it helps them sort of plan their week. It helps them understand emotionally why they might be reacting a certain way or how they're feeling a certain way, or I hadn't looked at it in that way. So it's quite informative. So that's good. So hello to everybody that tunes in week after week to watch the mini shows we have here on the network. It's a really important thing that each and every one of us brings something different to the table, and you'll have your favourites and you'll have people that sort of resonate more with you than someone else. It's not a competition. It's about we're all here to help each and every one of you. So happy birthday to all the Geminis. We're coming to the last couple of days of Gemini. It's always an interesting time of the year because I find it's a time of the year, no matter what your star sign is, we all know a Gemini. We all get caught up in the hype and the excitement of sort of what's happening in our local area. Not so much the gossip, but sort of getting information, gaining information. We find that we're all a little bit more friendly at this time of the year, where we start to talk to people that we might not normally stop and talk to, or we find people are talking to us in the supermarket. People just genuinely feel sort of more open and sort of want to have a little chat. So those days are coming to an end, unfortunately, in some ways. But, we've got to keep progressing and moving around the zodiac, so everybody gets a turn at the birthday time of the year. And for Geminis, it's been a big year this year because it's been a time where they've had, Jupiter sitting in their sign for almost the last 12 months, where they've been bringing bigger opportunities, new opportunities for them. Some people have changed jobs. Some people have, really just sort of sat down and reorganised their lives in ways that maybe that they didn't believe that they would have been able to do 12 months ago, and opportunities have opened doors for them to be able to make some big changes in their lives. So just because Jupiter has moved into Cancer doesn't mean these opportunities now, need to be shut. If you've been working on something for some time, now might be the time where to sort of have a little bit of a check-in and see how the progress is. Is there any changes? Is there any opportunity for that promotion to come through that was promised 6 months ago? Things like that. Sometimes we just got to give people a little bit of a gentle reminder. So we have Jupiter now has just gone into Cancer, went in there last week. So this is a really big opportunity for Cancerians. Now, Cancerians are quite often usually quite shy and a little bit reserved. They don't like to sort of push themselves out there into the limelight. Well, let me assure you, this is your time to do so. You've got big opportunities, whether it's on the work front, whether it's on the personal front, like it's a time to really shine and to really sort of start to put some of those bigger plans into action. It's your time to really expand your life out, to have the opportunities that only come around once every 12 years, because Jupiter is a 12-year cycle for each sign. It doesn't come around for another 12 years. So please don't waste it. It's in the very early stages, and Cancerians might be just sort of trying to find their feet, start to sort of feel their way through things, because they have to feel that it feels right. If they feel uncomfortable, if they feel threatened in any way, they retract back into their shell. This is not the time to retract back into your shell. It's a time to come out of hibernation, out of your shell, and sort of strut your stuff and say, look, I'm here and this is what I'm capable of doing. We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Cancer. It's not holding hands with Jupiter. It's by itself. So communication at the moment will be on a more subtle, more gentle sort of approach. I'm not saying it can't be hard hitting. What I'm saying is it's not aggressive, it's not boisterous, it's not loud. So communication at the moment is in a much more gentle sort of way, where we're getting our point across in a very subtle sort of way. Now, this doesn't matter what your star sign is. Yes, it is predominantly affecting Cancers, but it's also affecting Scorpio and Pisces. It's in the opposite sign of Capricorn. Now, the same for Jupiter. Jupiter is affecting those signs more than it is for the rest of us, but it is washing over the rest of us, giving us opportunities that, we've got to look a little bit harder for them. But with Mercury here in Cancer, no matter what your sign is, if you've got an important conversation that you've got to have, please approach it with a gentle approach. Don't go in like the bull in the china shop. Go in on a gentle, subtle sort of way. Make everybody feel comfortable. You'll get more of what you want by doing this gentle approach, gently, softly, and then you can be sort of very forthright and determined with what you've got to say, but you're still delivering your message in a soft, gentle approach, not hitting somebody over the head with the knowledge. You're saying sort of, come with me, let's explore what I've got to say, and at the end of it, you're going to see things my way, and that's sort of the gentle, softly approach. We have Mars has just moved out of Leo and it's moved into Virgo. Now, this is really interesting because Mars going into Virgo is going to be sort of a little bit uncomfortable. Mars is the planet of action, wants everything done yesterday, wants it done now. It's an instantaneous sort of energy. I want what I want and I want it yesterday. Where Virgo is sort of more reserved, needs to take their time, needs to analyse, needs to think about things, needs to put a plan of action in place. Don't necessarily jump in off the deep end and try and sink or swim. It's got to have a plan. So it's interesting here because Mars here will be saying, come on, Virgos, it's time to get motivated. It's time to get action happening in your life. And that's good. And Virgos are saying, but hang on a minute, I've got to get a plan. I've got to sit down and look at this. I've got to look at it very carefully before I launch into action. So the two can probably motivate each other in a very different sort of way, where Mars will sort of try and get Virgo to move a little bit faster. And the Virgo energy will try and sort of say to Mars, let's just take our time. Let's get a plan. Let's sort of slow things down and we'll achieve more this way. So this is definitely affecting the earth signs, which is Virgo, Capricorn and Taurus, the opposite sign of Pisces as well. So it's sort of like trying to sort of motivate Pisceans, I think, from a long distance. Sort of it's like, come on, slowly start to wind the engine up. It's like, we've got to build up the energy, we've got to build up the steam, and that's what will be happening there. But it will wash over the other side. So if you've got something that you need to instigate or get off the ground, or a new project that you need to start, and you're one of the remaining 8 signs that I did mention, this is the time then to make sure that you've got a very organised approach to whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. Look at it in as much as, okay, I've got the opportunity here to be organised. I can get a plan. I can get a business plan, or whatever it is. I can jot down my ideas. I can put them in my phone, whatever, to keep, adding to the list. That's sort of, then I've got a real plan of action, and then I've got more chance of success than what I would have had. We have Saturn and Neptune have both moved into Aries. They spent a very long time in Pisces. So it's interesting because they're really starting to ramp up now. They're, a couple of degrees in, they're really starting to find their traction, find their feet there. Saturn is the planet of discipline, or the taskmaster. Now, most Aries people, and I've met a lot of them through my life, and I have lots of Aries friends, don't like being told what to do. So this is a really uncomfortable sort of energy for them. It's like somebody coming in and not so much making a suggestion, but saying, you will do this and you will do that. And they say, no, I won't. Who told you to tell me that? I'm not doing what you said. So it's a little bit of a tug of war there. So what I can suggest to our dear darling Aries friends is the fact that don't look at this as a battle. Look at this as somebody coming in with constructive criticism or constructive ideas or suggestions. If you look at it that way, that they've got your best interests at heart, that they're not coming in to try and tell you what to do or wave the big stick, but make a logical, practical suggestion that you might think, oh yeah, I can see the merit in that. Yeah, I can see where they're coming from. And then you can sort of go into your Aries mode and say, well, I thought about this and it was my idea. That doesn't matter if it's your idea, great. It doesn't matter where the idea comes from. It's the action. It's the stability. It's the practicality. It's the discipline that's going to come from this, which is really important because Aries people are going through a lot of change. Some of them are really reinventing themselves or reorganizing their lives. And you need this structure to be able to help you to do so. Then we have, Saturn is actually holding hands or conjunct Neptune, the planet of illusion, delusion, creativity. So Neptune's coming here and saying, well, do you really want this? Is this really what you want? Have you really thought about it? Does it fit in with where your life's heading, with what you're hoping for? Or are you just deceiving yourself? So Neptune here is sort of almost playing devil's advocate, the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other, sort of asking you what you truly want. Now, out of this can come answers. Sometimes we look at Neptune and we think, oh, Neptune's walking around in a fog and we can't see our way. We've got to try and feel our way through things. Well, yes, we do to a certain point. But Neptune is also incredibly creative. So it can bring those light bulb moments that we've been lacking a little bit lately, or feel that we are not there because of Saturn, but it's sort of they can work hand in hand. So this is filtering over not just Aries, it's the other fire signs as well, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So it washes over the remaining 8 signs. But if you're one of those 4 signs that I mentioned, yes, there might seem like there's a little bit of limitation there, but it's asking you to look for creative, different sort of solutions. Think outside the square. Look at sort of bringing new opportunities or new things into your life that will bring the structure, that will bring the practicality, that will bring, a joyous smile to your face, because you've worked so hard on sort of trying to break yourself out of some of the ruts that you've been in. Now it's a little bit scary that it's here. It's like, oh, whoa, did I really want that? Oh, yes, I did. But, I'm nervous and scared at the same time. And that's okay. That keeps us fresh and exciting. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Taurus. Now, Venus actually rules Taurus, so this is a really nice place for Venus to be. Venus feels like it's at home. So for those Taurians or the other earth signs, which is Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio, it might be a time when you're starting to look at your appearance. You're starting to look at what makes you feel good. You might treat yourself to a new outfit or a new shirt or a new pair of shoes. Some people, it might go even further than that, where you're looking at your surroundings and you're, looking to make things pretty, buy a new couch, buy a new dining room suite, maybe jazz up the office or the place that you work. It's anything that makes you feel comfortable, something that you sort of been putting off for a little while. And Taurus really likes comfort, not necessarily luxury, but they like to feel comfortable. And if that means it heads into the luxurious category, well and great. But Tauruses are more about the practicality, value for money, and it's got to be comfortable at the end of the day, or I've got to feel comfortable in wearing that outfit. It's not so much the price tag, it's what makes me feel comfortable. So bear that in mind. We still have Uranus sitting in Taurus, where Uranus has been sort of in there stirring things up for quite some time now. It's still sort of working his way through there. So, of course, he's still affecting the earth signs, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So Uranus here is asking you to sort of double check. Is there anything that you've missed? Is there anything that you haven't sort of started to sort of reorganize in your life? Because if you haven't done it, I will come along and I will reorganize it. I will change things for you. And it may not end up being the way that you want. So it's sort of almost like the last warning of sort of making sure that you've got everything as right as you possibly can, so that Uranus doesn't necessarily come along and throw your life into turmoil. So I hope you've enjoyed the astrology section. We're now going to move on and talk to Gabby, And Gabby's in Lebanon, Tennessee, USA. Are you there, Gabby?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Gabby? Do you have a question you'd like me to answer for you, sweetie?
I don't.
No? There must be a reason you phoned into the show. Is there something in particular you want to know, or want me to look at somebody, a potential relationship, or are you just looking for where your life's heading, Gabby?
Yeah, just a reading.
Okay, sweetie. I always ask just in case there's something in particular you want to know. First thing that they're showing me, Gabby, is that we need to give you a little bit more confidence. Have you been sort of feeling recently that you could do with sort of like a shot in the arm of confidence? There's things that you want to do, there's things that you want to achieve, but it's almost like I get frozen in fear when I go to take that first step?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's okay, sweetie. You know, we're not all born with boundless, conversation and ability to sort of jump out of, tall buildings like Superman. You know, that takes time. That takes, it's like a layering process for us to build our sort of confidence up. They were showing me back around this time last year, was there something that changed in your life that you didn't see coming that sort of, I'm going to say, almost took the wind out of your sails? It was sort of like you stopped dead still for a while. And this is where I think this lack of confidence has come from, because you felt as if you were on the right path, and then all of a sudden life took a different direction and it sort of threw you a little bit. Is that what happened about 12 months ago, 14 months ago?
Yes.
Yeah. They didn't show me any specifics. They're just showing me that that's okay. It's all right, that, like you've handled whatever that was to the best of your ability. And what we've got to try and do now is not so much leave that in the past, but not allow that to influence where you're going now, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? You've experienced that.
It was
you've
depression.
lived through it. What, sweetie?
Depression.
Right. Okay. So are you handling that now in a better way, sweetheart?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah. But I mean, there must have been a series of things that triggered that or led to that happening, sweetheart, in your life. So, look, what they're showing me now is that we need to sort of try and put a little bit more confidence into you and say, look, let's take baby steps. We don't have to do everything or change everything in your world overnight. Let's just break it up into much smaller pieces that we can manage, one step at a time. It's not a race. It's like, yes, we can do little things. So have you just started another job? Because they keep showing me question marks around a job.
Well, I had a job interview today, yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, let's hope you get it, because I can see a new job coming up around you, and I feel that this is the start of your whole world starting to open up and expand again in a way that, you'll be able to take these baby steps and really make them your own. So this job interview you went for today, did you feel comfortable with the people that you interviewed with?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Well, fingers crossed you get it. Look, I can never guarantee that it's the one that you went for, but they're showing me question marks around a job, and then I got all this brightness and happiness. So let's assume it's this one. And this to me is a really good thing, and it's sort of opening up your world. Is there a nice dark-headed young man around you at the moment?
Is there a what?
Nice young dark-headed man around you at the moment with hearts?
No.
Well, there's one coming, sweetheart. If there's nobody in particular in your life at the moment, they were showing me that there was going to be hearts and flowers around a nice dark-haired young man with brown eyes, and he's got a really nice smile, and that's going to lead to a really nice area of your life, sweetheart, that there's going to be somebody that's special in your life. I think you're right on the right track, Gabby. You've come through, the darker hours, and now we're going into the sunshine hours, and it's wonderful. So just keep being you, sweetheart. You're doing well.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Gabby. That's where we're going to leave Gabby now. We're going to talk with Tammy in Allen in Texas. Are you there, Tammy?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a question I can answer for you, Tammy?
Goodness. There's couple loved ones that I would love to know if they were with us.
Oh, you mean they're on the other side, are they, sweetie?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Look, darling, they're always with us from the other side. It's one of those really tricky areas because we here on Earth are looking for something that sort of says that it's definite proof that's definitely Dad or that's Uncle Bill or Auntie Mary or whatever. We sort of expect that they're going to do something earth-shattering or really convincing of us that they're still with us. They are constantly with us. They don't necessarily need to make their presence known. And one thing you've got to understand is on the other side, they're not allowed to control us. We're not their puppets on a string. Yes, they can put suggestions or ideas into our mind while we're asleep and sometimes during the day, but ultimately it's our choice. It's our decisions at what we do with our lives. They are not in control. And they you know, they never look, they don't get access to private areas of our life. They're not with us when we're in the bathroom or when we're getting dressed, but everything else that they see, you know, they see you when you go to the market, they see if you're crying, they see if you're happy, all those sort of things. They're there with us, but most of the time they just want you to know they're there. They haven't really got any particular message that they want to share other than you haven't forgotten them. That's their most important message, is that they still want to be remembered even though they're not physically here with us anymore on Earth. The one thing that they were showing me was that there's a number of changes coming up in your life. Have you been actively this year trying to sort of reorganise your life? And I'm going to sound old-fashioned here when I say this. What they're showing me is an old-fashioned card index box where we used to have these plastic boxes on your desk in an office where it had alphabetical letters, and in there you'd pop these little white cards like a doctor's surgery or whatever. They were showing me like you've got to file things away, like you've got to file them away in one of these little index boxes. So have you been slowly working through things that you're trying to complete?
I had a daughter that was murdered and we just went through the trial. Would that be?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yes, thank you.
So I suppose with going through that there would have had to have been a lot of things that you've had to process and file away, would there not? Things that came out that you wouldn't have been expecting, I'm sure.
Right, yes.
Yeah, that must have been why they showed it to me like that, in an old-fashioned way of a filing box, that, you know, we've got to file things away, like not necessarily, I suppose, forget them, but let's file them away so they're out of sight. So is your daughter one of the ones that you were hoping to get a message from, were you?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they don't always necessarily come through on the show, sweetheart. What I can tell you was that she had passed out before anything happened. She didn't know anything, if that's any comfort to you. She keeps saying to me, Mum, I don't even know what happened. I don't know what happened. All I know is one minute I was here and the next minute I wasn't here and you weren't with me. So, you know, she doesn't know. She has no recollection of what happened that caused her passing. She doesn't want to know. All that she wants to know is that you know that she's okay, that she loves you and she misses you. And she used to light up the room, didn't she, when she walked in?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Yeah, you know, that's what the energy she's sharing with me now. She sort of came across in a very illuminated way. Like, you know, I walk into the room and all of a sudden it's full of light and sunshine and happiness. She keeps saying to me she understands your tears, but she doesn't want you to cry so much. You know, that's hurting her more. She understands you're sad, but she keeps saying to me, Mum, it's okay. I don't remember anything. It's, you know, I'm sorry I'm here, but the tears, she wants to see you smile again. You know, she's saying to me the tears aren't necessary. They're not helping anything. You know, they might be helping you heal, but, you know, she wants to see you smile again. That's what's going to make her happy, is to see you smile again and sort of start to get, you know, parts of your life back together again. Look, I can't begin to imagine how hard it's been for you to not only lose your daughter in these tragic circumstances, but then have to sit through the trial and hear all the details and everything that went on. I mean, that would be beyond soul destroying. And I think that's what she's trying to show me with that index box, is file everything away, you know, and put the lid on it, put it on the shelf, you know, like put it away. You don't need to keep rehashing it. There's nothing you could do or could have changed that would have changed the result. It just seemed to be she was in the wrong place at the wrong time for some reason. She keeps saying to me, I don't even know how it happened. She doesn't even know how she got to that point. So I look, I don't know whether that's any comfort to you. I can only give you what she gives me.
Yes.
She's
much.
saying to me, she wants to see you smile again. She wants you to do things. She wants you to do something in her honor. Was there a big teddy bear that she had when she was a child?
Yes, there was.
She keeps saying to me, put a bow around the teddy bear, and I don't know what that means or whether she wants you to start something up that's connected to teddy bears and a bow. I'm not sure, but she showed me not a little bear, a big teddy bear, and she wants me to put a bow on it for you. So I'll leave that with you. I don't know what that means, but that's her special message to you, and it might be something that you might start up in her honor.
Yes.
You know, there's always good things come out of terrible, tragic situations, sweetie, and at the time we can't always see that. But my heart goes out to you, I'm sure as everybody around the world does, with what you've been through. No mother needs to go through that. That's a terrible thing. So, darling, I'll leave you with the teddy bear, and the teddy bear had a pink bow. So I hope that brings you some sort of comfort. And we'll keep you in our prayers, sweetie. So best of luck, Tammy, to you and the family, sweetie. Lovely to talk with you. You're very, very welcome. It's always tragic when people lose somebody, but it's even harder when you're talking to a parent that's lost a child, and through circumstances like this, what words can we say that are comforting? Probably nothing. I mean, you know, there's no words of comfort that brings your child back. My heart goes out to Tammy and her family. You know, it must have been horrendous, and then have to relive it in the trial and all those sort of things, and now try and put the pieces together and bring your life back together again is a really, really difficult situation for any family that's gone through a loss or gone through any type of loss. Loss is never easy, and yes, our loved ones are always with us, and most of the time they just want you to acknowledge that they're there. They're not necessarily coming through with some earth-shattering message or, you know, something that they need to tell you from beyond. It's just that they want you to know that they want to know that you haven't forgotten them, that you can feel their presence, that you can feel their little antics by moving the photos or turning the radio on or turning the telly on in the middle of the night or the lights or whatever. They just want you to acknowledge them. They're a little bit like 2-year-olds. They want to get attention. So anyway, I hope that's helped everybody that may have been experiencing a loss around the world, and it's never an easy time. This week I want to leave you with a song that I think is really appropriate for the world at the moment, with the world being in such chaos and so many trouble spots around the world. And, you know, it's quite depressing when you turn the news on to sort of find out what's actually going on in the world, and people are hurting each other, which is really, really ridiculous when we should be sort of all banding together and you know, being more focused on making the world a better place, not trying to destroy each other and make everybody's lives uncomfortable. So this week I want to leave you with a very, very old song, but a very, very beautiful song by the one and only Dionne Warwick. And what the world needs now is love. Love, love. And I think that's a very important message this week, that the world does need more love, because that's what makes the world go round. And for those people that are here in Australia, it's Game 2 of State of Origin, Go the Blues. And I always think of Simply the Best with Tina Turner when we go to Origin, which is rugby league here in Australia. For those people around the world that don't know, tune in, find it on your YouTube or something. It's the State of Origin here in Australia, and it's Game 2, and the Blues are going to win. Anyway, until next week, enjoy Dionne Warwick and What the World Needs Now is Love, Love, Love. Bye for now.
And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to my new show where I will share how I use sacred energy direct from source, along with my intuition, to create positive transformations in humans and animals. My name is Sue Williams. I'm from Australia, and I'm so excited to be here with you today. I do a number of different things in my holistic modalities. I'm an intuitive energy healer. I'm a quantum hypnosis guide, animal communicator. Animals are huge in my life. And also a spirit talk guide. So when I'm dealing with humans and animals, I use whichever modality is the most appropriate for that particular situation. What I've recently been trained in is the spirit talk, which is just an amazing modality. If those of you who are at my vintage can remember back to when it was, absolutely all over the news that some of the records, vinyl back in our days, if you played them backwards, then another message would come out. So this is similar to what the spirit talk is. I have a conversation with someone and we talk about bits and pieces in their lives, things that they would like to, problems they would like to overcome, ways they would like to improve their lives. So we chat a bit for about maybe half an hour. I tend to not say too much, but just prompt them as we go along. And then the magic happens because I take the recording of what we've said and I play it backwards to myself. Generally, I have to slow it down a bit just so I can hear more clearly. But as we go along, oh my goodness, the things that are revealed, the words that come through from, well, we call it spirit talk. So it's that person's spirit. Perhaps if we look at it a little bit more logically, it could be their subconscious coming through, relating things that the person may not want to reveal, or they may really want to reveal, but they don't have the words when they're speaking normally. And then I get back to the client, reveal what's been said, and I show them, well, this is what you said forward, but maybe your real intention is what has come out as we speak with this backward recording. I chop it into little bits so it's very easy for them to listen to, and it is just amazing. And then, of course, the final part of this whole process is for me to create a meditation based on what has been shown in that particular client's sessions. We do a number of them so that we get feedback and we refine what that person really does want to have in their lives. And the meditation then reinforces that. And it's just an incredible modality. But the even greater thing is, because I am an animal communicator and also an animal energy and bodywork practitioner, the horses, well, I mainly work with horses, but also dogs, cats, any animal whatsoever, I can use this incredible modality to give them a voice. So I set my intention that I will connect with one of the animals that I have met, or even if one I've only seen on a photo, because remote healing is part of my job too. But I do channel that particular animal. I speak into my phone for 5 or 10 minutes, speaking about the animal, things that may have come up in my either speaking with their owner or carer, or actually in person doing the energy and body work. And then I play that backwards